Welcome to Fanfiction Uploads, your hub for anime audiobooks. Love anime and great stories? You're in the right place. Enjoy high-quality audiobooks from your favorite series, perfect for any time. Our professional narrations span various genres, from action to romance, with frequent updates for fresh content. Subscribe and ring the notification bell to stay updated. Connect with fellow fans in the comments and share your story requests. Thanks for joining us. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the anime adventures. Welcome to Fanfiction Uploads, where anime comes to life. Conscious for a moment, Zongsuk shook his head vigorously, and refocused his eyes on the one-armed lecturer on the stage. Unconsciously flipping through the textbook in his hand, the young man sighed silently, feeling a sense of powerlessness in his heart. Before I knew it, it had been a week since I came to Naruto world. After the initial struggle, he has basically accepted the fact of time travel. It's just time travel, why can't we go to the peaceful Konoha in later generations, but come to the Warring States period where human life is regarded as worthless? Here, children under the age of 10 are about to set foot on the battlefield, and it is said that the survival rate is less than 30%. Even for a wealthy family like the Uchiha, the offspring must face an extremely harsh living environment. The reason is simple: the Uchiha family is not the only super-rich family that exists in the Land of Fire. Alas! Resting on his chin, Zongsuk looked helplessly at the lecture hall, constantly thinking about his future life. The world of ninjas is not safe. Uchiha has been in a state of war all year round. The Eastern Theater is fighting against Senshou, and the Western Theater is facing threats from families such as Fuma, Sarutobi, and Chimura. The Hyuga clan in the southwest is staring at them, and the Whirlpool overseas will send troops to harass them from time to time. On the surface, there are constant disputes among all parties, but in the dark, Heiju, the sixth millennium, is still hidden. If there is no miscalculation, Otsutsuki Ichishiki, who came to the earth with Kaguya thousands of years ago, is hiding in a temple at this moment, eating fast and praying to Buddha. Survival is not easy. The external environment is harsh, but fortunately Zongsuk is not without means to fight the disaster. System. Calling softly in his heart, a light blue light curtain appeared in front of his eyes in the next second. No one in the classroom could see it except him. Name: Uchiha Saoshuk. Age: 6 years old. Physical strength: not influential. Mental strength: forbearance. Chakra amount: no flow. Special ability: Sharingan, 1 hook jade. Ninja tools: none. Psychic beast: none. Points: 0. The system has digitized his personal information, such as age, special ability, physical strength, and so on. Among the 3 basic data, only the mental power has reached the level of ninja. The reason is very simple: the accidental fusion of the 2 souls during time travel caused his spiritual power to begin to grow rapidly. In just 1 week, it has grown from no entry to today's lower ninja level. The mental strength is strong enough, which means that his illusion power will be very amazing, and at the same time, the amount of chakra will be much stronger than ordinary ninjas. Chakra is the product of the combination of spirit and cells. No matter which side is strengthened, it will increase the total amount of chakra that the ninja can condense. At least he won't become a monodeficient ninja in the future. As for the Sharingan that was accidentally opened, it probably has something to do with the fusion of 2 souls, which is quite a big deal at his age. According to the previous life, it is basically equivalent to a gifted child who was admitted to Harvard and Cambridge at the age of 6. As long as the news spreads, the entire Uchiha clan will be shocked. Talent is as strong as Uchiha Itachi, who opened Sharingan at the age of 8, and Uchiha Madara did not open his eyes until he was in his teens. Of course, the speed of eye opening does not determine anything, but unfortunately not everyone understands this truth. Once this matter is known, the family will definitely devote a lot of energy to him. There are advantages and disadvantages to this move, and it depends on how Zongjia wants to choose. Slowly turning his gaze, he finally settled on the points column. After studying for a long time, he didn't understand what the so-called points could be used for. He seemed to have a few guesses in his mind, but it was a pity that Zongsuk had no chance to experiment. Forget it, let's take a step and see. Zongsuk. The violent shout disturbed the boy's thoughts. Frowning subconsciously, Zongsuk turned his head and looked out the window. If he had any dissatisfaction with his current life, the annoying ghost in front of him was definitely one of them. Many years ago, his parents died on the battlefield. According to the custom in the clan, the young Zongsuk went to the house of his uncle Wu Si for foster care. Pensions will be issued regularly within the clan, at least there must be no problems in life. However, this is not the case. For some unknown reason, that uncle treated Zongjia extremely badly. Not to mention his greed for pensions, he beat and kicked him at every turn. Zongjia, who couldn't bear it anymore, finally chose to stay in the school, and finally escaped from that demonic family. His uncle was like this, and his son Uchiha Tetsuya got even worse. You must know that the treatment of the Uchiha clan is very good, especially in terms of pensions, which are enough for children who have lost their parents to live a prosperous life. With no worries, the family ninjas can fight hard at the front line to kill the enemy, but they didn't expect that there would always be some people who would stare at the money their parents had exchanged for their lives. Seeing his cousin walking out of the classroom, Uchiha Tetsu smiled disdainfully. He is actually not short of this money, just accept 2 low-level tasks. He doesn't want to pay attention to the grievances of the older generation. The young man just enjoys the pleasure of bullying. Every time his cousin dares to be angry and dare not speak up, he feels happy from the inside out. In the words of my cousin, bullying others is the root of happiness. Gently moving his neck, Uchiha Tetsu also hugged his cousin's shoulders forcefully. His eyes were full of unkindness. Zongsuk, your boy's bones have hardened recently, and he actually avoided seeing you several times. According to the past practice, if he punched him casually, his cousin would tremble with fright, and would take the initiative to hand over a month's living expenses. This has almost become his muscle memory, but this time, he actually miscalculated. When Saoshik put his arm on his shoulder, Uchiha Tetsu also didn't notice something was wrong, but when the arm pressed down hard, causing him to bend down, a warning signal suddenly rose in his heart. It's a pity that Zongsuk's hard-hitting knee was already in the fovea. Perhaps the other party still had the ability to get up. He grabbed his cousin's hair, and slammed his right fist hard on the right cheek. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. It wasn't until Uchiha Tetsuya completely rolled his eyes that he let go of the other party, allowing his cousin to faint on the ground. It doesn't seem to be a big deal. After clapping his hands lightly, Zongsuk's eyes were full of indifference. In the face of a bully, it is definitely useless to talk, you just need to be more ruthless than the other party. It is forbidden to fight privately within the clan, let alone openly fight with others in the school. If it were someone else, they would inevitably be punished, but there is a reason that works in any world. Geniuses are always privileged in every sense of the word. After a little deliberation, Zongsuk's closed eyes suddenly opened, and the eerie red light made everyone present forget to breathe. He opened Sharingan. Started Sharingan at the age of 6? In an instant, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Uchiha clan land, torture room. That's probably how it happened. After listening to the retelling by the teacher in the school, the administrator in charge of the security of the clan land pondered slightly, then raised his hand and slapped the teacher on the face. Poor one-armed lecturer, the strength is not very good, not to mention the security administrator's attack is so fast. When he reacted, his mouth slapped his face. Let you manage the school, and indulge in this kind of thing, don't you know that the patriarch hates the kind of bullying people the most? As soon as these words came out, Zongji couldn't help but laugh out loud. He is not the only one who knows what kind of person that Mr. Patriarch is. He can tell any random ant who sweeps the floor. Similar things happen frequently in the clan, and I have never seen anyone who would speak for them. It seems that the title of genius is really useful. Hypocritically giving the lecturer a lesson, the administrator turned around and immediately changed his face, smiling like an old chrysanthemum. Zongji, if you encounter trouble in the future, come to me, it's really impossible the patriarch will also support you. There was a constant sneer in his heart, but Zongsuk nodded repeatedly on the surface, looking like I was very touched today. Seeing this, the security officer smiled with satisfaction, thinking that you boy, don't forget to say a few words of kindness to the patriarch. Go, the patriarch is still waiting for you, remember to be humble, and your benefits will definitely be indispensable in the future. No. After Zongji turned to leave, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face came out from inside. I really didn't expect that this little bastard would turn over one day. The man is Zongsuk's uncle, Takeshi Uchiha. Except for the two brothers, no one knows about the messy matter between him and his own brother. In short, there is definitely no way to continue to target that brat now. You'd better restrain yourself. The security officer warned seriously, you know better than me what it means to open Sharingan at the age of 6. Be careful that people will settle accounts in the future. Humph, I still use you as a reminder. Flicking his sleeve vigorously, Wu Si left the torture room with a dark old face. Behind him, the administrator's face was full of sarcasm. How could he not understand the man's petite temperament? The proud son was overthrown by his younger brother's child, completely reduced to the background of his rise. Not to mention calming down, this guy probably won't be able to sleep well for a week. Hehe, this is called self-inflicted crime, you can't live. Not long after, Zongsuk met the contemporary patriarch and father of Madara and Kwana, Uchiha Tajima in the conference room. With a classic black hedgehog head and a fluffy black combat uniform, the man is lowering his head and writing something with a serious face. On the wall behind, hung a lavender-layered armor, and beside it was a long knife with a cold light. Later generations established the hidden village and established the ninja school, which will systematically train children to become talents, and will assign teachers to guide them after graduation. But it's different now, even in Uchiha. Without the support of military exploits, if you want to learn ninjutsu, you can only copy it yourself with Sharingan. Compared with the Yinkan period, the ninjas of the Warring States period paid more attention to physical skills, and simple boxing skills were not as good as weapons, so almost all the well-known strong men had powerful sword skills. Obviously, Uchiha Tajima is also a strong swordsman. Standing there quietly without moving, Zongja is not too young anyway, so he won't lose his composure after waiting for a few minutes. I don't know how long it took, Uchiha Tajima finally raised his head, looked at the boy with eyes full of appreciation. Yes, I like calm children. Sit down. With the patriarch's permission, Zongsuk sat down on the chair next to him. What followed was an extremely boring sympathy. A genius finally appeared in the clan. As the clan leader, Tajima naturally expressed his concern. Don't worry, no one in the family can bully you in the future. If you encounter troubles that cannot be solved, just come to me. Oh, that sounds really nice. As a brother, in my heart, I can't get through on the phone if something happens. He has heard too many similar hypocritical politeness. If he really wants to take the initiative to find the patriarch, he probably won't be able to get in. Uchiha Tajima's leadership ability is very strong, and his strength is at the peak of the Warring States period. However, he is unscrupulous in doing things, and his son can use them to achieve his goals. If he felt threatened, what kind of bullshit family genius could chop off Zongsuk's head with a knife, and he would never hesitate. You can show your talents, but you can't be greedy for power, otherwise you will definitely attract the hostility of the patriarch. Oh, what a hassle! A very troublesome idea just came into his mind, and then he heard the words of the patriarch Tajima. I will arrange a teacher for you to ensure that you receive the best level of education. Thank you, patriarch. Maju finally saw the benefits after a long time, and Zongsuk's smile couldn't help being a little sincere. With a special teacher to teach, the speed of progress in all aspects must be very fast, and maybe you can get some fire escape ninjutsu for free. Hey, speaking of it, he doesn't seem to have tested the chakra attribute yet. There will definitely be a fire attribute, and other attributes depend on fate. My spiritual power is extremely strong, and it's still a fusion of two souls. It's not too much to open a full attribute proficiency. In fact, during the Hidden Village period, only the ninja level was able to develop the second chakra attribute. Hiruza Sarutobi developed 5 attributes, and the world called him Dr. Ninja, which shows the difficulty. Of course, even if there is no corresponding attribute development, you can actually use the corresponding ninjutsu, but the learning difficulty is greatly increased, and the release power is not enough. After chatting for a while, a man with a scar on his face walked outside. Patriarch, are you looking for me? Come on, let me introduce you. Tajima signaled him to come over, patted the boy on the shoulder and introduced, this is Zongsuk, and he will be your student from now on. Hearing this, the man's eyes lit up instantly, and he looked at him full of curiosity. Today's farce has long been rumored in the family, and it is said that the family has a peerless genius who opened his eyes at the age of 6. Everyone once said that the talent of a young patriarch is rare in 100 years, but now it seems that the throne of the first genius may have to be moved. Suddenly, the man thought of something, his body trembled undetectably, and the excited expression on his face quickly calmed down. Zongsuk, right? I'm Uchiha Naomi, and you'll be taught by Kwana from tomorrow. Kwana? Zongji was slightly stunned. No wonder the patriarch said that he would be given the highest level of education, so it turned out that he was studying with Chuan Nai. Thinking of this, the image of a hedgehog suddenly crossed his mind. So, where is Uchiha Madara now? After leaving the school, Zongsuk immediately rushed to the training ground. The school will teach all kinds of basic knowledge, and you need to continue to attend classes on that side, and the practice on the other side can only be carried out after class. When he arrived at the place, the teacher, Uchiha Hiko, was already in place, and there was a boy who had the same image as Erzusa standing beside him. This person is Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izumi. Hehe, it's finally here. Not only his appearance, but also his personality is closer to Suzuki. Except for her elder brother, I am afraid Chuan Nai did not take anyone of her age seriously. Even if it is a genius who has just emerged recently. Seeing his unfriendly expression, Zongsuk said he didn't bother to pay attention, but he couldn't wait to learn ninjutsu. Here we come. Uchiha Hiko took out a test strip from his pocket. Let's take a look at your chakra attributes first. Instilled chakra into it as instructed, and soon he got the desired result. That's right, the dual attributes of thunder and fire, the talent is indeed very good. Seeing the teacher's frequent praise, Chuan Nai's temper could not help but come out. Forget about the others, many people now say that Uchiha Saoshik's talent is stronger than that of the young patriarch. This makes Chuan Nai, a senior brother controller, how to endure it. Aptitude doesn't represent reality. Chuan Nai took 2 steps forward, staring at him with piercing eyes, and said, Teacher Chan Jun pays attention to teaching students according to their aptitude, you need to show your ability. Now that it's all said and done, Zongsuk knows that he can't avoid it no matter what. Even Uchiha Hiko didn't dare to disobey Kwana's will. This scene made him understand the meaning of power. It seems that you really want to be my partner. We are all classmates, and we must help each other with things. Then let's play. After a little deliberation, Zongsuk's eyes suddenly flickered with a strange light. Sharingan, open. Sure enough, it's Sharingan. Chuan Nai bit her lip, not wanting to admit that she was jealous. But there is no way, he really can't open his eyes yet, even the eldest brother is still in the stage of groping. The eldest brother once warned him that opening Sharingan too early will bring a great burden to the body. It's just that he looked and looked, the guy opposite didn't look like he had a heavy burden. It doesn't matter, call first and talk later. Pulling out the short knife at his waist, Chuan Nai rushed forward quickly, with a very vigorous and flexible posture, like a sprinting cheetah. On the side, Uchiha Hiko raised his spirits and was ready to stop the fight at any time. Both of them were very special, and he couldn't bear the responsibility for any accident. The speed is so fast. Zhongsuk's pupils subconsciously dilated, and the black goo twirled wildly in the pupils. He saw the opponent's movements clearly. According to the slight shaking of the body muscles, it is even possible to directly infer Quan's next move. According to the knowledge taught by the school, Zhongsuk crossed his hands to support the opponent's wrist, then squatted slightly and leaned close to his back, and with the strength of standing up, his arms suddenly exerted force. Poor Chuan Nai was thrown to the ground by his back. Stop! The teacher stopped the competition between the two, and he could basically judge the level of the new students in just one round. Of course, the main reason is that he doesn't want to see the two of them continue fighting, otherwise Quanah, who is at a disadvantage, will definitely use fire escape ninjutsu to fight back when he gets up. At that time, Sharingan will not have much advantage. Under Quanah's unwilling eyes, Uchiha Hiko began today's teaching. The first thing is to standardize Zhongsuk's movements, which are unnecessary and which can save his life on the battlefield. The teacher carefully guided them. Zhongji also put away his high-minded thoughts, temporarily abandoned the idea of learning ninjutsu, and began to practice with the teacher from the basics. In a blink of an eye, a week passed, and he finally made up for his lack of knowledge, and the next step was to learn ninjutsu. If you want to learn ninjutsu, seal formation is an essential link. A master can form multiple seals in 1 second. Without special pupil power, ordinary people can't see other people's movements clearly at all. In many cases, it looks like clapping your hands together, but actually completes the complex seal in a split second. It is not enough just to know the sequence of seals, the condensing of chakra, and the operating route in the body also need to be familiar with. Even if his chakra is enough to use, it will take a long time to practice. I remember how long I was studying. By the way, I have practiced it thoroughly in about half a day. You have to work hard. Quanah aroused a strange desire to win again. The ninjutsu in his mouth is the necessary fire escape skill for Uchiha. Si Wei Shenhai Nunyin. Art fire escape ho fireball. After finishing the seal properly, Zhongsuk opened his mouth and spewed out a ball of sparks the size of a basketball. Haha, it's not too bad. The corner of Chuan Nai's mouth twitched twice, and she forced herself to smooth things over with a laugh. I remember the first time he used it, it seemed that the fireball he spit out was only the size of a fist. Could it be that this guy's talent is really so amazing? In fact, his guess is correct. Zhongsuk has a stronger control over chakra, so the efficiency of practicing ninjutsu will be accelerated. An hour later, the flame the size of a basketball had become the size of a car tire in his mouth. It's not enough, the control must be more nuanced. At present, he can't find a way to get points. If he wants to become stronger, he can only rely on his own hard work. When the fireball reached the size of a truck tire, Zhongsuk suddenly felt that he might be able to start from other aspects. With his powerful mental power, his control over chakra is improving all the time, so he decided to give priority to improving his control ability. By the way, let the mouth take a break. The mouth is full of sputum after practicing Huajun, so it doesn't make much sense to continue. After the others left, Zhongsuk came to the big tree in the yard and began to try to attach chakra to the soles of his feet. His practice method is to climb trees. This project of practicing control is just right for Saoshik, who is close to Genin's strength. Not bad for the first try, he's probably covered about 7/10 of the distance, and it won't be long before he's done the first one. When the tree climbing is over, the following is another water treading game. It seems that tonight is destined to be very long. The next day, when the teacher and Kwana came to the training ground together, they saw Uchiha Saoshik sleeping upside down on a tree branch. This guy won't work hard all night, right? Chuan Nai opened his mouth in disbelief. The sound of footsteps woke up Zongsuk, who was resting. He opened his eyes and looked at the two of them. With a little effort, he jumped down from the air like a swing. Si Wei Shenhai Nunyan. As soon as he landed, hot flames gushed out from his mouth. The fireball with a diameter of more than 2 meters did not condense, and the high temperature made Chuan Nai take 2 steps back slightly. He was shocked at this moment. 3 months later, the training ground. How fireball! The two fireballs collided in the air, and the heat wave caused made the surrounding observers feel extremely uncomfortable. Even so, it is still difficult to conceal the envy in the eyes of many teenagers. Today, Uchiha Saoshik officially graduated from the school, and the assessment process is to successfully release a ninjutsu. After hearing the news, how could Chuan Nai give up the opportunity to compete, so there was a scene of the two fighting ninjutsu. As a result, one can imagine that Zongsuk, who had stronger control, had the overall upper hand, and easily suppressed the opponent's Huodun. If it wasn't for the instructor's intervention, Chuan Nai might be ashamed. Hey, you're really good at it. Chuan Nai patted him on the shoulder, although he was a little unconvinced, but his attitude had changed greatly. No matter which world you are in, the strong can win people's respect. You're not bad either. Zongji smiled when he heard this, and was quite satisfied with his progress. Ninjutsu is not so good, and its power depends entirely on the amount of chakra. At least for him at present, the fireball is enough to solve the problem of long-distance attacks. As for the real lore means, he has other ideas, but it will take a while to study. Knowing the order of ninjutsu, you can reverse its operating principle. Based on this, he plans to deduce a certain ninjutsu that is very suitable for the Uchiha family. For 3 months, he would look for various ways to try to get points if he had nothing to do. For example, the legendary system tasks, deliberately irritating others, being beaten, swearing, etc. Unfortunately, his attempts have not worked, and the only way left is to kill people. Killing chickens is not an option. He secretly tried it a few days ago, and the big rooster that the neighbor had raised for 2.5 years was brutally murdered. He smashed all the egg yolks in the nest, but he still hasn't received a reminder to get points. It seems that there will be no hope for a while. Name, Uchiha Saoshik. Age, 6 years old. Physical strength, not influential. Mental strength, forbearance. Chakra amount, ninja. Special ability, Sharingan, 1 hook jade. Ninja tool, short knife. Psychic beast, none. Points, 0. Opening the system menu, the only change in the past 3 months is that the amount of chakra has been raised to the ninja level. I also got a short knife from the teacher, which is very short, probably only a little longer than the forearm. The explanation given by the teacher is very simple. He is currently underdeveloped and unable to compete with adults in strength. It would be more suitable to take the tricky route of dexterity. Sum it up in one word. Don't compete with the enemy for strength, fight close to the body, and stabbing coldly is the most suitable fighting technique for him at present. With the blessing of Sharingan, Zongsuk's fighting power is far superior to ordinary ninja, and he can easily defeat opponents of the same level. Izumi was originally the best among his peers, but unfortunately he never gained the upper hand in the competition. I should still be far behind the Chunin. During the Warring States period, there was no such detailed classification method. Children who reached a certain age had to set foot on the battlefield, and if they survived, their strength would naturally reach the level of Chunin. As for whether it can go further and reach the captain level of leading a team to fight, it depends on the individual's talent and fortune. The captain level strong in their mouths is about equal to the jounin of later generations. Why do they say that? Because many ninjas with the strength of elite jounin are also captain level. The specific gap is similar to that between Sarutobi Asuma and Kamui Kakashi. If you don't pay attention, you may suffer a big loss. No way, the grading in the Warring States period was so rough. Everyone was a member of the same family. In many cases, there was no need to make a clear distinction. In fact, everyone knew what stage of strength they were in. After all, there are still not enough people. Like the 5 hidden villages of later generations, there are tens of thousands of ninjas at every turn, and it is impossible to manage them without careful classification. Those who are above the captain level are the real Dingai gods of each family. They have the strength of an invincible party, and they are called patriarch-level powerhouses. According to Zhongsuk's understanding, it is probably the Kage class who is more specialized in physical arts. It is difficult to compare the specific combat effectiveness. The only thing that is certain is that these patriarch-level powerhouses are very difficult to kill. In the knowledge explanation in the school, some well-known strong men in the ninja world were introduced. For example, Uchiha Tajima and the 1,000-handed Buddha-room, who are as famous as him, are all top powerhouses known to everyone in the Fire Country. There are also Hyuga Tenin, who has lived in seclusion for many years, and Fuma Iyakiro, who has been entrenched in the western part of the Fire Country, whose strength and prestige cannot be underestimated. There are also many powerful members of the major secret arts families, but they act in a low-key manner and will not easily start a war. Only Uchiha and Senshou are fighting everywhere all the year round. Not only did they fight each other, but they also pointed their butcher knives at the surrounding families. They either surrendered or died. There was no third way to choose. At this point, there is no difference between Uchiha and Senju. After coming here, Saoshik realized that there is no bullshit family of love. In many cases, Senju's behavior will not be any better than Uchiha's. If you provoke them, you will end up exterminating your clan if you provoke them. If you provoke Senshou Mori, you may choose to calm down on the surface, but secretly suppress the economy, people's livelihood, and other aspects. Forced the other party to actively subdue, and finally willingly became a vassal of the Thousand Hands clan. In this regard, many Uchihas expressed their disdain, thinking that the Senju clan is a bunch of bad hypocrites. The two sides often quarrel with each other, and sometimes they go to the battlefield to fight with real knives and guns when they are in a hurry. Of course, both parties are not fools, and it is impossible to give other families a chance to reap the benefits. Fights come back to fights, troubles come back to fights, and other small and medium-sized families have to free up their hands to clean up. At least not let other families take advantage of it in the end. The only way to try to get points by killing people is to step on the battlefield, but Uchiha Saoshik's subconscious is still a little bit resistant. In his words, before there is no way to suppress the bottom of the box, temporarily stay in the family for a while. It's a pity that he wants to keep a low profile, and there will always be some unscrupulous guys who will come to make trouble. Not long after he graduated from the school, Uchiha Tetsu, who hadn't shown up for a long time, also stood up. He blamed his own carelessness for the last failure. If he hadn't been attacked by surprise, he couldn't have lost to this guy. Even if he opened Sharingan, so he was 4 years older than him, and seriously, there was no possibility of failure. You really don't remember to fight? Zongja didn't refuse his cousin's challenge. He happened to lack the chance of actual combat right now, so he couldn't let go of his hands and feet when he competed with that kid Kwane. Now that the sandbag came to the door by itself, he naturally had no reason to refuse. Coincidentally, he can also try the newly learned moves. Cousin challenged with confidence, and was about to wash away the humiliation he suffered before. The uncle, who was full of vanity, directly spread the news of the two brothers' confrontation, which attracted many people from the clan to watch. Looking at Zongsuk, who was exercising his body, some clansmen couldn't help worrying. He's still so young, this competition is too unfair. Fair? Do you expect your enemies on the battlefield to tell you about warrior spirit? Humph, don't bother to argue, he's not on the battlefield right now. Fairness is always an excuse for the weak. Interesting, now you go to the patriarch with a knife. I believe that what you said is true. Ha, why did I do this? Today's protagonist is not me. If you still know it's not you, then clamp your anus tightly, don't be so hard on yourself. There was still no movement in the arena, and the two people in the spectator seats got to work first. The strength of the two spectators is not low, and it is difficult to tell the winner in a short period of time. After a few moves, they stopped tacitly. If you continue to fight, it is easy to make a real fire, but it will be bad to draw out the law enforcement team in the clan. The others were happy to watch the play, but his cheap uncle was sulking alone. Today is my son's day to show off, what are you two bastards doing? Taking a look at the kid who was silently preparing for aerobics, Takeshi Uchiha couldn't hide the pride on his face. In his opinion, the son who is 4 years older has no possibility of losing. No matter how famous the kid is, after today, people will only praise his son wildly. Uchiha Takeshi is a man with extremely strong vanity. He does not allow his son to be trampled under, especially the son of that bastard brother. If I had known today, I would have killed you secretly. The uncle's thoughts were extremely vicious, and he kept his younger brother's child, just wanting to vent his old anger on him. Unexpectedly, inadvertently making this little brat become an idiot. Son, don't attack too hard, after all, he is your cousin. The uncle shouted into the arena. Hearing this, Uchiha Tetsu also turned around and nodded politely to his father, don't worry, I will try my best to be merciful. Having said that, the father and son decided to teach the boy a hard lesson. He didn't dare to kill people. It's okay to break a few bones. He wanted the patriarch to realize who was the real genius, and fundamentally trampled his useless cousin to the ground. The hypocritical Saushik didn't say anything, and continued his national radio gymnastics. When restlessness slowly appeared on the opponent's face, he suddenly stood still, and his scarlet eyes looked at his cousin. Bring it on. Humph, I don't know what the so-called thing is. Uchiha Tetsu also rushed forward quickly, the speed was not comparable to that of Zongsuk at the moment. There is no better way to make up for the gap in physical function. After a few strides, Uchiha Tetsuya squatted slightly in front of his cousin, and his right leg was like a sharp sword, straight for the opponent's face. It's a good leap forward to kick. The uncle acted as a temporary commentator on the sidelines. This move drew dissatisfaction from those around him. I'm not a fool, so why don't you explain it to us here? It's a pity that the deep meaning in everyone's eyes cannot be conveyed to the spirited man at all. Another backspin kick. Son, your physical skills are getting stronger and stronger. Facing Uchiha Tetsuya's strong attack, even though he has Sharingan, he was forced to back away. 321 is almost here. Zongji was counting down silently in his heart, his blood-colored pupils staring at the enemy firmly. Do you dare to be distracted? Uchiha Tetsu also seized the opportunity, with a powerful forehand fist, breaking the opponent's parry, and a bloody flower bloomed on that delicate face. Ha ha ha! Accompanied by bursts of wild laughter, Uchiha Tetsuya completely suppressed his opponent with taijutsu, and the surrounding clansmen continued to applaud. It seemed that if he took another step forward, he would become a peerless genius valued by the patriarch. As long as I beat him, everything I want is at my fingertips. However, it seemed that the cousin on the opposite side would never be killed, no matter how he attacked, he would always stand firmly in place. Gradually, Uchiha Tetsu also became irritable, and the movements of his hands began to lose control. When he recovered, Kunao had already pierced Zongsuk's heart. You, unexpectedly, killed me. Uchiha Saushik died. He died at the hands of his cousin, and he will be punished by the law enforcement team most severely. No. Thinking that everything in the past would disappear, Tetsuya Uchiha put his head in his hands and looked at his most respected father. Unexpectedly, his father was staring at him coldly, and the disappointment in his eyes completely tore his heart apart. For a long time, he wanted to gain his father's approval, and he did not hesitate to put in countless efforts for this. His father's disappointed gaze was the deepest fear hidden in his heart. Ah! Uchiha Tetsuya's emotions collapsed. Looking at his son who fell to the ground, Takeshi Uchiha rushed forward, fearing that the little bastard would take the opportunity to attack him cruelly. After checking his son's status for a while, the uncle was slightly relieved, turned his head with an extremely ugly face and said, "I really didn't expect that Xiao Zhongsuk is also a master of illusion. The Naraku seeing technique, an illusion that can induce fear in the heart. Regardless of personal will, everyone will have a most fearful scenario in their minds. This illusion is to use everyone's fear to make it manifest in the illusion world. The greater the fear in the target's heart, the stronger the impact of this technique. Unable to face the fear in his heart, he is doomed not to escape the trap he set for him." Hearing Uncle Yan's insincere praise, Zongji smiled and said, "As long as Uncle don't blame me for being too aggressive, I didn't know my cousin would be so fragile." "Hehe, very good, Uchiha, are really heroes." Uchiha Wuji left. No matter how thick-skinned he was, he couldn't stay. "I thought I could win easily, but I didn't expect it to fuel the arrogance of that little brat. You wait for me, I will never give up easily." As for the other people present, they all looked at the young man with shocked eyes at this moment. Illusion is not uncommon, and the art of Narakumi is not particularly rare. It seems that it is not so common for a 6-year-old boy to use illusion to kill a 10-year-old ninja instantly. In fact, everyone doesn't know that Zhongsuk's mental strength is not comparable to ordinary ninja. It would be strange if he couldn't kill the opponent in seconds. Next, maybe the focus can be shifted appropriately, and the practice of illusion can be included in the strengthening system. After a humiliating defeat, Uchiha Tetsu also locked himself in the house for 3 full days. When the uncle forced his way in, he saw the ominous red light in his son's eyes at first sight. "Son, you..." After the engagement incident ended, Zhongsuk's life completely returned to calm. Occasionally seeing Uchiha Tetsuya, this cheap cousin would leave in a hurry with his head down, as if he had been completely convinced. But Zongji knew in his heart that his cousin's character of vengeance would never let things go easily. The current weakness is just that he is not sure of defeating himself. Once the opportunity arises, Uchiha Tetsuya will pounce on himself like a mad dog and bite himself a few times. The best solution is to find an opportunity to quietly kill the father and son in the future, but Zongji has more thoughts. If Uchiha Tetsu can also open the kaleidoscope, can he take those eyes back by then? The intercolumnar cells may be useful, but the kaleidoscope of replenishing magic is not as good as directly evolving into the eternal eye after all. My dear cousin, you must live up to your expectations. Zongji planned to observe for a while first. If his cousin wasn't strong enough, then he had to find a way to stimulate him. "Hey!" Chuan Nai shook her hand in front of him, and said with disgust on her face, "You had such a sinister expression just now, are you thinking of something in your heart?" Rolling his eyes hard, Zongji replied in a muffled voice, "That's right, I'm looking for a chance to beat you upright." If it had been changed in the past, Chuan Nai would definitely have said a few words, saying nonsense like "I wouldn't be afraid of you." It's just that he's a little different today. Even if he's fighting with him, his eyes will look outside from time to time, as if expecting something. "You're the one, why do you think you've done something bad?" Zongji was very puzzled. There were not many things that he could pay attention to. "Tch, you know what?" A figure that appeared at the door made Chuan Nai swallow the word fart abruptly. The elder brother doesn't like him swearing, so Kwana will never show it in front of his elder brother. Following the eyes of his little friend, Zongsuk saw a young man with a spiky head wearing a dark blue kimono finally showed up. In fact, he should have thought earlier that there was no one other than the legendary young patriarch who could make Xuan care so much about him. The person who came is Uchiha's young patriarch, Uchiha Madara, who will disturb the situation in the ninja world in the future. Brother, you're finally back. Xuan threw herself into Madara's arms like a child. I have to admit that Uchiha is really a concentration camp controlled by brothers. Of course, there are usually a lot of controlled brothers. A relationship like Uchiha Tetsuya and Sasuke's is relatively rare, to be honest. If not, he might not be able to seek those eyes of his cousin. After simply comforting his younger brother, Madara turned his head and looked over, guessing his identity after a little thought. Zongsuk, right? Nice to meet you. The young Madara at this time was far less gloomy and cunning than he was in the future. It can't be called a sunny boy, but at least it can make people feel the friendliness from the heart. I've met the young patriarch. Zongsuk's address was more formal. After all, the relationship between the two is still not familiar, so we can't imitate Quanah's appearance, so go and hang it on Madara's arm. Hearing his birth name, Madara shook his head with a smile and said, You and Quanah are friends, that is my younger brother, you can just call me by my name. The future king of dancing is not stupid. He opened Sharingan at a young age, and the future is bound to be limitless. Maybe, he will become his right-hand man in the ninja world in the future. Appropriate courtesy and corporal can effectively enhance the relationship between the two parties. In this way, Zongsuk and Madara completed the first communication in their lives. In the next period of time, the three began to practice collectively. It is understood that Uchiha Madara is 9 years old this year, exactly 3 years older than him and Quanah. At this age, the body has already entered a period of rapid development, and the most notable feature is that Master Madara's physical power is very powerful. Regardless of other methods, Zongsuk and Quanah are no match for pure physical skill competition. Zongji didn't have a chance to learn about other aspects of strength, but he finally had a goal to refer to. Through the understanding of Uchiha Madara, one can probably guess the power of Senju Hashirama, and he is not greedy, as long as the strength of the two is equal. If you are at a disadvantage in physical skills, then find a way to make up for it in other aspects. Illusions can threaten the opponent, but the problem is that they don't give him the chance to implement it. Several times they played against each other, but the eyes of the two never touched each other. Even if the illusion is forcibly cast, Uchiha Madara can break free in a short time. After all, he needs to use Sharingan as a medium, otherwise it is not enough to use illusion to defeat the powerful Uchiha Madara. Physical jutsu and illusion are not good, so you can only find a way in ninjutsu. During this period, Zongsuk began to reverse the ninjutsu, hoping to restore the ninjutsu in his memory. Speaking of creating ninjutsu, the spiral pill is definitely the easiest thing to reproduce, but after thinking twice, Zongsuk did not include it in the plan. The reason is simple: Helix pill requires a very large chakra, at least a bit too large for him at the age of 6. In contrast, the ninjutsu of the other main character suits him very well. Chidori, a kind of ninjutsu that concentrates the lightning chakra on the hand and cooperates with thrusting to pierce the target. Used in conjunction with Sharingan, it can form a highly efficient kill attack, and even help him complete a leapfrog kill. Subsequent morphological changes are extremely rich, such as Chidori's defense, Chidori's sharp gun's mid-range attack, and so on. As long as Chidori is successfully mastered, Zongsuk's strength will definitely increase a lot. At present, the deduction of ninjutsu is almost done, and there is still a lot of practical work left, which is expected to be completed by the end of the year. It's a New Year's gift to myself. After completing Chidori, he can apply to practice on the battlefield. Uchiha Madara, who is only 9 years old, has already gone to a small battlefield. Although the scale is not large, the battlefield is a battlefield, and it is by no means comparable to ordinary sparring battles. To become a real strongman, Zhongsuk must go to the battlefield to experience, not to mention, it is also related to the acquisition of points. Obtaining that thing was so difficult, he wanted to see what surprises he could bring him. Near the end of the year, a major event happened to Uchiha. In a mission conflict, one of Madara's cousins died in battle, and the murderer was a ninja from the Senju clan. Madara was furious and vowed to kill those beasts with his own hands, but unfortunately the patriarch issued a strict order not to allow his son to go out to take revenge without permission. Zhongsuk, who witnessed the whole process by the side, suddenly started to fight continuously. The purpose is to let Uchiha Madara go out to intercept the enemy. That way, he would have a chance to accomplish his goal. Under his constant incitement, Juvenile Ban finally made up his mind to sneak out and intercept the gang of murderers who killed his younger brother. "I'll go with you," Zongja said righteously. "Brother, if you are in trouble, don't help me. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I can't do it anyway. Maybe he will die." Madara's gaze wavered slightly. "Haha, we will never die there." Taking a deep look at him, Uchiha Madara did not continue to persuade, but engraved Saushik's firm eyes firmly in his heart. "Let's go." After sorting out their equipment for a while, the two sneaked out of the clan area in the dark. Madara didn't call Kwana, probably because he was afraid that his younger brother would encounter an accident. As for Saushik, it was different, he could feel that this kid was ready. When preparing to kill the enemy on the battlefield, sometimes the eyes cannot deceive people. By the time it was daylight, the two had already left Uchiha's sphere of influence and came to a densely populated town. It is understood that the younger brother was on a mission when he was killed, and his CO operators were a team of ninjas from the Yi clan. The Hago Romo clan is a clan that signed a friendly agreement with Uchiha. The two clans will cooperate with each other when performing tasks to fight against the hegemony of the Senju clan. In the original book, the Yi clan did not officially appear, but only appeared when Madara and Zujian were swimming in the water, that is, the corpse floating in the river. The strength of this family is very good, with a large key population base. It is very suitable to be cannon fodder to go forward to die in the war. In the long battle between Uchiha and Senju, the Yi clan played a very important role, but then suddenly disappeared in the ninja world for some reason. If you want to find traces of the enemy, you must first find the surviving female ninja, and only through her can you find the enemy who killed your brother. Soon, through the secret contact signal, Madara found the other party's intelligence personnel stationed in the town. After a simple exchange of ideas, the other party immediately agreed. It seems that the identity of Uchiha Shao Patriarch is more useful than imagined. Then just wait quietly. Losing an important relative, Uchiha Madara shut himself in the room all day. Seeing this situation, Zongji had no choice but to give up the idea of going out to play for a while. It is estimated that the king of dance is not interested in listening to ditties now. About half a day later, the intelligence personnel came to the door and found the two, followed by a beautiful female ninja who looked like a teenager. "Hi, I'm Kaoru Hanoi, I heard that you are in a hurry to find me." After describing his desire for revenge, Kaoru Haro immediately frowned, and said with some uncertainty, "I understand your feelings, but I don't recommend you to track down the enemy." Hearing this, Zongji interjected, "Ah, the enemy is very strong." "That's right." Yu Yuxun nodded, seeming to recall the scene at that time. "At that time, the five of us were transporting goods together. I didn't expect a team of robbers to jump out suddenly. The leader had the strength comparable to that of a captain. Captain level, that's a ninja." Zhongsuk rubbed his chin, thinking quietly in his heart, the strength of the Dance King is infinitely close to the captain level. Relying on the outburst of anger, he can deal with the opponent in a short time. The outcome of the battle depends on whether I can quickly kill the remaining few people. According to Kaoru Hago Romo, their desperate counterattack successfully took away 2 people, and there are currently 7 remaining enemies over there. 7, not counting the captain-level powerhouse, I need to kill 6 ninjas in a short time. This is no longer a difficult thing. Squeezing his palms hard, Zongsuk could clearly feel his beating heart. It's normal to feel scared, even if you are as strong as Uchiha Madara, the adrenaline will soar like fighting the enemy for the first time. Applying the words of a certain character, how can there be no fear in battle? The kind of dance steps that walk on the blade can make a ninja grow the fastest. Giving Madara a firm look, the king of dance smiled slightly, and turned to look at the girl. Tell me where the enemy is, and I will avenge the dead with my own hands. The girl took a deep look at the two of them, and the color of thinking and struggling kept flashing in her eyes. After a full 3 minutes of silence, she suddenly raised her head and stared into Uchiha Madara's eyes. Tell me the truth, how sure are you? Probably 40%. Zongji gave a pertinent answer in his heart. Of course, his little friend was not so frustrated. Hearing the girl's question, Uchiha Madara smiled proudly, and slowly put his arms around his chest. Don't worry, I, Uchiha Madara, will never die here. Then I will take you there personally. After Kaoruyi finished speaking, her whole body seemed to collapse instantly, leaning on the chair and panting heavily. She knows the strength of the enemy, so she understands what will happen if she goes with her. There is a high probability that she may not be able to come back. But thinking of the clansman who died tragically, and the young man who secretly glanced at him from time to time, Yu Yuxun couldn't suppress the anger in his heart anymore. Everyone, I will definitely avenge you. Now that they decided to set off, the trio simply packed up and left the town. The enemy needs to transport supplies, so the speed of moving forward must not be too fast. In order to avoid the pursuers, they even secretly disguised themselves as a caravan. Unfortunately, they failed to escape the intelligence network of the Yi clan. To the south of the town, 300 kilometers away, there is a small village. Pedestrians will take a rest here, drink 2 sips of tea, and listen to the ditties of old Bolala on the side of the road. Although the environment is not good, but also do not have a flavor. It's just that the tranquility and peace were destroyed by the quarrel of several people. Looking at the man with a sneer in front of him, Riki Takikawa couldn't help feeling angry. I asked you to transport goods to the family. It doesn't rain when it blows. It's been 5 days, brother. Do you think you can go to the moon? In addition to wars, the major families will accept external commissions for a long time, and the man with a sneer is a ninja who is on a mission. According to the content of the entrustment, he will deliver a batch of goods to the entruster's family. As a result, he met Uchiha's little ghost halfway, and the two sides fought a battle, which was regarded as mutual damage, but he unexpectedly harvested a large amount of supplies. According to the customary rules among ninjas, this batch of goods should become the property of the employer. If he pays to hire you, the gains on the road will naturally belong to him. The key is that the value of this batch of goods is very high, and Qian Shao Shengren is unwilling to let the employer get a big deal for nothing. Using various excuses to evade, he dragged on for 5 full days. It's no wonder that the person in charge of the employer is so angry that his lips start to tremble. Facing his questioning, Qian Shao Shengren explained unhurriedly, I did this because I was afraid that the enemy would chase after us. If you don't want to, we can immediately suspend the entrustment. Hearing this, the subordinates next to him all laughed. Suspend commission? It means that there is no contractual relationship between the two parties, and the person in charge in front of him will die tragically in the hands of the captain. Stupid stuff. Glancing at the person in charge with disdain, a ninja in his 20s stood up unsteadily, ready to drain the excess liquid in his stomach. As a result, after walking a few steps, he was stopped by a kid in a cloak, who was still muttering something. I declare that today you and this kunao will be united forever. A cold light flickered under the cloak, and in the next second, the kunao in the boy's hand pierced into the man's heart. Truly united forever. Ding! Kaoru Watanabe was successfully killed and 82 points were obtained. The system wall is open, and the primary exchange list is open. Finally, he heard the voice he had been dreaming of. Open the system list, there are 82 points in it, and there is an additional mall entrance. Sure enough, you need to kill people to get points. If it wasn't for the lack of time, Zhongsuk would definitely want to sit down and study it carefully. Using his identity as a child, he managed to kill an enemy. When he pulled out kunao, hot blood splashed, and the rest of the team realized that something was wrong. He raised his hand and threw a few small colored bullets, only to hear a bang, and the smoke completely sealed off the entire tea house. The enemy has 7 people in total, including a captain-level powerhouse. No matter how you look at it, you can't confront them head-on. At least find a way to kill a few people first to shorten the gap between them. No solution anymore. Taking a deep breath, Zhongsuk's left hand suddenly filled with a large amount of electric current, and made a piercing sound like a bird chirping. Give me some stability. Zhongji's forehead bulged with veins, trying hard to control the current. Every time Chidori is used, there will be a strong pain in the arm, as if the muscles are about to be torn under the sound of electric current. Any ninjutsu will be accompanied by corresponding risks. Chidori is very powerful, but it is also easy to injure itself. At this moment, Zhongji was surrounded by dazzling lightning, and Sharingan saw through the fog, and firmly locked on the closest enemy to him. The powerful thunder tunnel stimulated the body, and the cells in the body activated far more than before. With a single step, he rushed to the opponent in the blink of an eye. Die! At the last moment, the enemy tried to raise his arms for defense, but unfortunately, it was futile. The hand knife wrapped around lightning pierced the enemy's heart with great precision. Ding! Successfully killed Merida and got 77 points. The points have changed. Zhongji's eyes flickered slightly, trying to understand the rules and principles contained in the points system. The number of points obtained twice is different, which means that the value will still change for the third use. Excluding the unreliable random option, it is likely that the enemies he killed twice have different strengths. The acquisition of points may be related to the strength of the enemy. The stronger the enemy, the more points you can get after killing it. Looking down at the slightly trembling palm, Zhongsuk completed the knot seal again, and he wanted to confirm his thoughts. When the familiar chirping sound came, he spotted a flesh-faced man in the crowd. It is understood that his strength should be very good, at least much stronger than the 2 ninjas who just killed in seconds. It is just used to understand the rule changes of points. On the other side, the remaining 5 ninjas all withdrew from the smoke range. Listening to that ear-piercing cry, Qian Shao Shengren's face was a little ugly. He didn't expect that he lost another subordinate in just a short while. Be careful of the enemy's ninjutsu. However, his reminder hadn't been conveyed accurately, and a sea of flames swept across like waves. Fire escape, fire extinguishment. Fire escape. Qian Shao Shengren's eyes were fixed, as if he had guessed the identity of the attacker. There are many ninjutsu that can use fire escape, but the only ones who can possess such power are those damned Uchihas. Kicking the subordinate's body, let him block the raging sea of flames for himself. Qian Shao Shengren's eyes were deflected, and many of them locked on the hedgehog-headed boy holding a long knife in the distance. Oh, so it's a kid. His eyes gradually became a little excited. Ordinary brats are definitely not so strong, which means that the opponent's identity is extraordinary. If he can kill him, the credit he will gain is enough for him to enjoy endlessly. Untying his weapon from behind, Qian Shao Shengren sneered in his heart, not thinking that he would be defeated by a brat. Go and solve the other one, he gave it to me. As he spoke, he quickly stepped forward to fight with the hedgehog-headed kid. The long knife in his hand kept rolling, trying to solve the opponent in the shortest time. But he was doomed to be disappointed. Facing Senjo Katsudo's crazy attack, Uchiha Madara's performance was very calm, and he continued to dismantle every move, and he did not fall behind in all aspects of performance. In fact, Zongsuk also failed to estimate Uchiha Madara's full strength, and he always kept 3 points of strength in the daily exchanges. In fact, from the very beginning, Madara has the strength of the captain level, which is also the biggest reliance for him to dare to come and pursue. Seeing that Uchiha's young patriarch did not lose the wind, Kaoru Uromo appeared from hiding and stopped 2 of the enemies alone. Zongsuk's Chidori killed 2 people, Madara's Hinoki killed 1 person, and stopped the strongest alone, leaving only 2 prey for Kaoru Uromo. As for the powerful Takikawa Riki in the intelligence records, he was being chased by Saushik and running around the field at the moment. Seeing that the other party refused to let him go, Takikawa Riki formed seals with his hands in despair, turning the surrounding land into an impassable swamp. Earth Dungeon Huangchuan Swamp. Humph, let me see what sprint you still use. Stopping his frantic sprinting, Zongjin never expected that this guy would be so cowardly. The surrounding area has turned into a swamp, he really can't get in, and the key point is that you can't get out either. Seeing the condensed Chidori in his hand, Saushik turned around without hesitation, and rushed towards the 2 enemies that Kaoru Uromo was dealing with. The lightning-fast sneak attack directly pierced the heart of one of them, but unfortunately, he was not able to snatch the other head. System prompt: kill Takeda successfully, get 54 points. The difference in points is huge. Looking at the serious girl, he thought for a while and decided not to pursue the other party's head-grabbing behavior. Raising his scarred arm, Zongsuk knew in his heart that even if he still had a certain amount of chakra, he might not be able to continue using Chidori. Seeing Katsudo Senshou who was fighting fiercely with Madara, he sighed regretfully, knowing that killing that guy would definitely earn a lot of points. It's just that he doesn't even have the strength to intervene in the battle now. Compared with the powerful Qian Shao Shengren, the man hiding in the swamp is easier to deal with. Go up first. Good. Kaoru strode ahead, raising his hand, a water dragon roared towards the enemy. Pulling out the dagger at his waist, Saushik Uchiha waited for it, and still did not give up the idea of winning points. The strength of the companion is very good, and the ninjutsu attainments are very high. The man named Takikawa Riki may not be an opponent. According to his judgment, the enemy's strength is probably in the middle ninja class. If they can be killed, the points they get will definitely be far better than before. Come on, come out quickly. After a full 20 seconds of ninjutsu confrontation, the enemy was finally forced to leave the swamp he built. Seeing this, Zongsuk, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly stepped forward, and activated the power of blood the moment he met the enemy's gaze. You actually. Illusion Sharingan. Not giving him a chance to be verbose at all, Zongja cut off the enemy's head with a single blow. Kneeling on the ground covering his eyes, Zongsuk's sweat kept sliding down his cheeks. Don't look at him as if he was very relaxed, but in fact, he had almost gathered all his strength at that moment, and almost let the enemy break free from the illusion. Fortunately, he was very resilient, and was able to successfully kill the target in the end. System prompt: successfully kill Takikawa Riki, get 130 points. The points have really increased. The man's strength is stronger than those 2, and the points he got directly broke through the 100 mark. But in the final analysis, that is just an ordinary chunin. If the strength can be stronger, maybe the points will be increased to 1000 points. 343. With 343 points, I don't know what kind of good things I can buy. With the support of Kaoru Uromo, Saushik stood up from the ground unsteadily, his eyes never leaving Uchiha Madara's battle. He really miscalculated Master Ban's strength. To be precise, he didn't expect this guy to be merciful in the usual sparring. You know, keeping your hands everywhere is much more difficult than fighting hard, which shows that Madara's hard power is indeed a lot ahead of the 2. Facing the violent offensive of Wu Wang, Qian Shao Shengren could only grit his teeth and try his best to resist, unable to figure out why he was at a disadvantage in the gymnastics confrontation. "Who are you?" Qian Shao Shengren roared loudly. In this regard, Uchiha Madara has no idea of answering at all. He has never had the habit of talking nonsense with a dead person. He only had a few younger brothers, all of whom died outside one after another. That's why Madara strictly prohibited it, and hoped that Kwana would not set foot on the battlefield prematurely. He didn't even think about adding Chuan Nai to the matter of revenge, because he was afraid that an accident would happen to his only remaining brother. Not far away, Zongsuk was watching the battle attentively. Judging from the state of both sides, Madara's victory was probably only a matter of time. The development of the matter was just as he expected. 3 minutes later, Madara cut off the enemy's arm with a knife, and went forward with a knife like a madman, regardless of the hot blood sprinkled all over his body. "Go to hell and repent." With a sword head, the movements are crisp and neat, and Uchiha Madara bathed in blood is like a purgatory shura. "Okay, don't pretend to be cool." Zongja sat on the carriage with difficulty, and didn't plan to get up because of the situation. "Send someone to receive the supplies, how about splitting the bill?" The last sentence he said to the girl next to him. There is a saying that there is no way in the world, if you have legs, you will have a way. Kaoru Hagoromo's legs are white and smooth. He said that the Hago Romo clan seems to have a lot of secrets, and they must play with them when they have the chance. Well, it's right to communicate carefully. There is nothing simple that can be associated with the Otsutsuki family. The mysterious Yui family in the original book must have some hidden mysteries inside, otherwise how could they disappear from the ninja world for no reason? Good. Can. Kaoru and Madara expressed their opinions one after another, agreeing to Zongsuk's distribution plan. Not long after, the ninjas of the Yui clan arrived and finally took back the lost goods. She originally wanted to invite the two of them to sit down at home, but Madara finally declined her invitation, politely considering the movement in the clan. "If you have a chance, you must come to me." Kaoru Yui held an ancient book, his eyes flashed with excitement. "I like to study ancient history, and I accidentally found some clues in the family, maybe we can form a team to explore adventure." As she said that, she cast her slightly expectant eyes on the hedgehog head, and the emotion hidden in her eyes was self-evident. Tisk tisk tisk. Zongja rubbed his chin with more interest, and patted his friend's shoulder with his bandaged left hand. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Don't worry, we are already friends." Madara smiled, got up and left the stronghold of the Yui clan. Behind him, Zongji gave her a look of helplessness, thinking that girl, don't waste your efforts, because I never heard that the Dancing King would be interested in women. Friend. Kaoru Yui smiled and said nothing. It was not such a simple matter for her to give up. Uchiha and the Yui clan have a good relationship, and the relationship between the two clans is very close. Who can tell what will happen in the future? In short, Kaoru Yui is full of confidence in herself. At this moment, she still doesn't know that a boy with a pot head will appear many years later, and that guy is Uchiha Madara's destined person. Her expectations were doomed to fail. The two left the town and slowly rushed to the direction of the clan. There is no way, who made Zongsuk get hurt, and now that the big revenge has to be avenged, there is no need to rush like crazy. Thank you very much. Madara expressed silent thanks. After this incident, the relationship between the two quickly heated up. From a small partner who studied together, they quickly became good friends who can do bad things together. Before leaving, he also wanted to say that Kaoru Hago Romo could not be more important than Senshou Hashirama, and now it seems that her status may not be as good as his own. Unexpectedly, the rival in love is myself. If they did bad things together, they would naturally be punished by the patriarch. Seeing that Zongsuk was injured, Tajima expressed his concern appropriately, and shut him up at home for a month. As for our poor young patriarch, it seems far from being so lucky. As the mastermind, Madara was fined for a full 3 months of confinement. During the confinement period, no one, including Kwannon, was allowed to visit privately. This caused Chuan Nai's extreme dissatisfaction, and he even went to find his father the next day to make a theory. As can be imagined, this guy was thrown out of the mansion directly by the patriarch's neck. By the time Madara Uchiha is released from confinement, the pace of the new year has already quietly approached. During the Chinese New Year, Zongsuk received 2 invitations, one from his uncle and one from Uchiha Madara. The former is a weasel, and the latter, to be honest, he is not willing to get too close to Uchiha Tajima. Instinct told him to stay away from that person as much as possible. After finding an excuse to practice casually, Zongja successfully shunned the invitation. It's just that he didn't expect that when he was celebrating the new year alone at home, preparing to welcome the first new year in the Hokage world, Madara and Kwannon suddenly kicked open the door of his room with delicious food. That's right, I don't know who I learned from. Juvenile Ban has developed the habit of kicking doors with his feet since he was a child. No wonder when the dirty soil came out, the first action was to kick the wooden board in front of it. Humph, it's the eldest brother who insisted on coming. I don't want to celebrate the new year with you guy. Chuan Nai is as arrogant as ever, and never speaks well. Perhaps apart from the eldest brother, there is no one else in the world who can make him humble. Smiling slightly, Madara lifted off the heavy robe, and sneakily took out a small flagon from inside. Wine. Zongji's eyes lit up, he didn't expect to get this thing today. Hey. Perhaps because of the New Year's atmosphere, today's king of dance looks much more joyful than usual. After a few glasses of wine, he couldn't help but sway in the living room. It's a pity that Zongja doesn't have a video camera at hand, otherwise he can use it to pinpoint the king of dancing in the future. Let's relax today. Not long after, Uchiha Saoshuk, who was only 6 years old, managed to get drunk. It's just that before he fell asleep, what he was thinking about was his improved Chidori ninjutsu. There is also the issue of exchange in the system mall. Before I knew it, I was 7 years old. Standing on the street full of mess, Zongsuk's eyes slightly sighed. No matter where you are, there must be poor people living at the bottom. As soon as the sky was bright, a group of cleaners with brooms walked onto the street. Not everyone in the Uchiha is a warrior. Many tribesmen are not good at killing, and can only deal with the trivial matters of daily life. Of course, no matter how they are members of the Uchiha clan, we must not let everyone pick up a broom to clean. The basic necessities of life, such as food, housing, and transportation, are actually taken care of by ordinary people from other races. Regardless of the level of ninja world, Uchiha's reputation seems to be not very good, but in the eyes of ordinary people, it is not a problem at all. When you come to work in Uchiha's sphere of influence, you can bring your family with you. The salary is high, the living benefits are good, and most importantly, the safety factor here is very high. If the enemy could hit the Uchiha hinterland, it is estimated that the flames of war would have spread throughout the land of fire, and they would not be able to escape wherever they hid. Fundamentally, ordinary people think completely differently from ninjas. Patting his hangover head, Zongsuk sat alone on the steps in front of his house. He seemed to be in a daze, but he was actually browsing his system data. Name, Uchiha Saoshuk. Age, 7 years old. Physical strength, ninja. Mental strength, chunin. Chakra amount, ninja. Special ability, Sharingan, 1 hook jade. Ninja tool, short knife. Psychic beast, none. Points, 343. After a year of hard work, he finally has a physical fitness comparable to Genin. The already strong mental power has soared directly to the level of Chunin, and now it is easier to handle that kid Kwannon. Other places haven't changed much, and I don't know when he will evolve to Urgyo Sharingan. Just as he was about to close the system menu, Zongsuk accidentally opened the mall interface. Millennium Killer, item level E, 20 points are required for redemption. Extinguish the fire, item level D, 360 points are required for redemption. Magic flute magic sound lock, item level C, 3100 points are required for redemption. Thunder dungeon armor, elementary, item level B, exchange requires 7800 points. Flying thunder god technique, phase 1, item level A, 8500 points are required for redemption. Multiple shadow clone art, item level A, requires 9000 points to exchange. The results of the search are the options that you are more interested in. In addition to exchanging ninjutsu, he can also use points to upgrade the Sharingan level, exchange various knowledge and knives, and so on. After careful study of Zongsuk, it was discovered that the price of the exchange item in the system was not the same as the actual price marked in later generations. The price of illusion is generally more expensive, the 5 series of conventional ninjutsu are cheaper, and the price of knives is ridiculously high. The price of a product containing chakra conductive metal is not less than 3000 yuan, and the 300 points in his pocket are not enough. Ordinary kunao and short knives can also conduct chakra, the difference lies in the quality of the conduction performance. For special weapons, 3-point force can produce 120% of the effect, and ordinary weapons are basically the opposite. With Zongsuk's current net worth, he might not be able to get his hands on conductive weapons in a short time. There are not many things that can be purchased with 300 points, most of them are just tasteless items. There is only one thing that is cheaper in the system. Cell biology, primary, item level D, 800 points are required for redemption. Cell transplantation, primary, item level C, 1500 points are required for redemption. Genetic modification, primary, item level B, 3600 points are required for redemption. Compared with items of the same level, the research of knowledge is simply the price of cabbage. If conditions did not permit, Zongsuk wanted to become a scientific expert, and those biotechnologies sounded very high-end. Even if I don't study, I can find a trustworthy helper in the future and let him conduct scientific experiments. Thinking about the future development route, Zongsuk put the most important issue on the table again. How should he continue to gain points? He can't just sneak out every time. If he learned Shadow Clone and Flying Thunder God, he might be able to steal the sky and change the sky with one hand, but the key is that he doesn't know any of these two things at present. As for becoming a task-oriented ninja, it is even more a fantasy. No one will hire a 7-year-old kid. Oh! Sighing slightly, Zongsuk ran to a roadside stall to have breakfast. By the time he came home with the packed food, the hungover brothers had already gotten out of bed. Seeing Chuan Nai's bewildered face, Zongsuk asked with a smile, "How is it? How does it feel to drink for the first time?" "Oh, that feels great." Chuan Nai was obviously a little stiff-mouthed, and he was the first one to drink to the ground last night. Smiling and not going to expose him, Zongja put the food in front of the two, and asked unintentionally, "When can we set foot on the battlefield?" "I don't know." Uchiha Madara was also a little helpless. He wanted to go to the battlefield to train himself, but he was locked at home by his father. In the words of Uchiha Tajima, the age of his son is the golden period for ninjas to improve their strength. Instead of going to the battlefield to fight blindly, it is better to use it to hone the foundation. The truth is correct, but the patriarch may not even know that his eldest son is already a captain-level powerhouse. Simply practicing at home can no longer improve his strength. The battle between life and death is the way to make the king of dance even more powerful. Perhaps, we should find a chance to prove ourselves. Zongsuk, who was eager to go out, made a very unreliable suggestion: "Why don't we take the initiative to challenge the strong in the clan to prove our strength?" "Well, the method is very good." Chuan Nai nodded, and glanced at him like a fool. "Then you will find that Uchiha has no place for you anymore. I'll just talk about it casually." How could Zhongji not know that this move was not a cure for the symptoms at all? Just like what Chuan Nai said, he doesn't know if he can get out successfully, but if he really does, he will definitely be on the blacklist of many clansmen. This doesn't work, that doesn't work, shit, it's so difficult to go out and work for the family. Uchiha Saoshuk, suffocated in his heart, got up and left the house, preparing to receive the new quarter's pension. In the past, most of the pension was stolen by the uncle, who owed him a lot, and sooner or later, Zongja would demand his money back with interest. However, Saoshuk never expected that Takeshi Uchiha would come to the pension distribution office again on the day when he gradually became famous. Looking at the purse in uncle's hand, Zongsuk's eyes were completely gloomy. Xiao Zongsuk is here. The uncle weighed the purse in his hand, the malice in his eyes hardly concealed. Having suffered 2 big losses in a row, he knew that his son would not be able to get back in the game for a while. Even if it was a blessing in disguise and he opened Sharingan in the excitement of defeat, Takeshi Uchiha didn't want his son to issue a challenge immediately. It is said that the little bastard went out with the young patriarch and killed the captain-level powerhouse of the Qian Shao clan. With this courage, his son can't be his opponent at present. In order to regain the lost face, Takeshi Uchiha decides to lead his son on the battlefield together, using the experience of life and death to accelerate his son's growth. Either hold back the fight, or let the little bastard fall into the dust if you want to fight. The conflict between the two parties is no longer a simple family conflict. Before leaving, Wuji Uchiha, who had lost face, wanted to personally take action to find the kid's bad luck. He doesn't need to go to the ring in a proper manner, he has plenty of ways to make a little devil feel uncomfortable. Raising his hand, he threw the money bag over, seeing the young man subconsciously catch it, Wu Si sneered and rushed directly behind the little ghost head. Putting his arm on Zongsuk's shoulder, the strong force instantly made the boy bend down, struggling to support his body so as not to kneel down to the ground under the pressure. Pedestrians passing by didn't see anything unusual about the two of them at all, it looked like an elder caring for a child who was suffering. It's quite tolerable. Uchiha Wuji sneered in his heart, and didn't increase his strength. He came today to let the little bastard feel the difference in strength. With a deep understanding of the sense of despair and powerlessness, maybe he can take the opportunity to destroy Zongsuk's self-confidence, and let a rising star fall into the dust. As for fighting back, the young man couldn't even straighten his back, and if there was a slight movement in his body, he would immediately kneel down on his knees. It is possible that you will not be able to get up for the rest of your life. Thinking of this, Takeshi Uchiha's heart was almost filled with that twisted pleasure. He couldn't wait to see that scene. At this moment, a light blue arc suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Before Wuji Uchiha could react, a terrifying electric light suddenly exploded in front of him, and he was too close to dodge at all. Chidori Stream. This is the result of Zongsuk's recent practice. Thanks to his excellent chakra control, he is very handy in the field of ninjutsu form changes. Chidori has been developed, anyone who dares to get close to him should be careful. The uncle, who was completely unaware, almost suffered all of Chidori's damage. Even if he was very strong, he couldn't continue to stand up. The appearance of being torn and bruised is very different from the imagined scene. The uncle, who barely supported his body, glared at the young man with slightly slack eyes. He couldn't figure out why it was still the same result when he went out in person. The ninjutsu just now was unheard of before, and he couldn't even guess how the boy developed it. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that some time ago, there was a rumor in the family that Uchiha Saoshuk was a ninjutsu genius that was rare in 100 years. At first, he thought it was just a god-making method used by the patriarch. In order for the clan to fight with confidence, he would always create some so-called geniuses. But looking at his current appearance, Takeshi Uchiha was extremely annoyed by the contempt he once had. If he had known the situation in advance, it would be impossible for him to stand close to the other party. In the final analysis, he still didn't think highly of the boy in front of him from the bottom of his heart. Despite the shame and anger in his heart, Uchiha understood one thing in a trance: why his son always couldn't take advantage of the other party. He won't complain about losing. After speaking, the uncle tilted his head and passed out completely. That is to say, Zhongsuk's strength is still very weak. If Chakra can reach the level of Chunin, he can directly kill the opponent with that move just now. Of course, Zhongji would not do such a thing as killing chickens and taking eggs, and it would be of great use for him to keep his uncle and his son. In the end, this farce failed to cause too much disturbance in the resident. The reason is simple. In the battle on the front line, Uchiha relied on the help of the Yi clan to successfully achieve a phased victory. The Qian Shao clan who attacked was beaten back to their lair, and all the lost land was recovered. It can be said that there has been no such great victory in the past 2 years. During the joyful celebration of the clansman, the uncle and his son quietly left the clan land. The specific whereabouts are unknown, and it is very likely that it will be those small and medium-sized battlefields that are fighting each other. Uchiha's enemies are not limited to the Senju family. The Vortex overseas, the Secret Art family in the south, and the Fuma, Sarutobi and other medium-sized tribes in the western battlefield are even more eyeing. Neither party is an ordinary person. Maybe the overall strength is far inferior to Uchiha, but the enemy knows very well the truth of taking advantage of your illness to kill you. Whenever Uchiha and Senju go to war, those families will start to do things secretly. In the case of insufficient troops, Uchiha will really have nothing to do with them for a while. It's best to be far away and close to attack. How did that idiot Tajima turn everyone into an enemy? To be honest, if it weren't for Uchiha's strength, other families would have been wiped out long ago. But for Zhongsuk, the more chaotic the battle situation, the more he can fish in troubled waters. If everyone is in harmony, where will he go to earn that massive amount of points? Now that the Qian Shao clan is retreating for the time being, the next focus will be on encircling and suppressing other families. This time, I will join the reinforcements no matter what. Zhongja, who was hungry and thirsty, had secretly made plans in his heart. If the patriarch still forbade him to go out, then he would sneak to those battlefields. Even though Uchiha Tajima has a strong personality and always says what he says on weekdays, there are still some bigwigs in the family who can ignore him. That's it. Zhongsuk, who made up his mind, silently looked forward to the day when the heroes returned. Waiting for the large troops on the front line to withdraw, we can arrange the manpower to go to other theaters for support. After working hard for many years, not everyone is willing to continue fighting on the battlefield. How to make a choice has always been a huge difficulty. Oh, I'm going. Zhongji looked up to the sky and sighed, eager to prove his strength to the patriarch immediately. While he waited anxiously, the winning team from the Eastern Theatre finally returned triumphantly. In the early morning of that day, the people of the tribe spontaneously went to greet him. Uchiha Tajima was at the forefront, and behind him was a mighty crowd. However, on such a festive day, a group of retrogrades appeared. Each of them had a tense expression on their faces, in stark contrast to the celebrations around them. Looking at the direction this group of people are heading, if nothing else happens, it should be the most important place in the family. Uchiha Academy. It is almost impossible to sneak into the core hinterland of a family. Especially in the Warring States period, the families had extraordinary control over the territory. Once a new face appeared, they would be quietly followed by the law enforcement team. Unless there is a leader within the family, it must be the kind of real high-ranking person. Only in this way can they travel unimpeded in the clan land, and even get close to the most important facility of a clan, the juvenile school. Uchiha Dun, the confidant of the second elder, has made many contributions to the family. Walking on the street, there will always be someone who greets you with a smile on their face. Who would have thought that this famous and powerful man would already be under the control of the enemy? A few days ago, when he was out on a mission, Uchiha Dun accidentally fell into the trap prepared by the enemy. I thought my life was over, but the enemy didn't kill him immediately. At first, Uchiha Dun naively thought that things would turn around, and he only needed to pay a certain ransom to be free. It wasn't until he saw a familiar man in his sight that he suddenly understood the enemy's plan. Kishi Yamanaka. Even though he struggled hard, he couldn't get rid of the heart-turning technique performed by the enemy. This occult technique is powerful, and uses one's own mental power to capture and manipulate the opponent's body. Obito, who is as strong as the Eye of Reincarnation, will be controlled by Ino Yamanaka in a short time, let alone Uchiha Dun, who is already controlled by others. In the soul world, Uchiha Dun tried his best to roar and howl angrily, trying to attract the attention of passers-by. If possible, he would like to kill himself immediately, but now he has completely lost the ability to control his body, and even the simplest suicide has become a luxury. Quick, who can notice me? He was terrified because he knew he was about to make a big mistake. During the Warring States period of family rule, anyone would answer the question of what was the most important thing. Cultivating the next generation was the top priority of each family. The enemy's intention is very obvious, that is, to use his identity as a cover and take advantage of the ingenious opportunity when most of the clansmen go to meet the heroes, to hunt down the next generation of the family like a family. If the enemy is really successful, then the Uchiha clan will inevitably suffer heavy losses, and will completely lose their former dominance in the next 20 years. It has to be admitted that the enemy's move is really terrific. Who would have thought that in such a festive atmosphere, an astonishing murderous intent is quietly spreading within the family? Well. Zhongsuk shook his head and sighed, and threw the textbook in his hand aside. In order to dispel his idea of going to the battlefield, the patriarch simply threw him back to the school and remade him. Of course, this time Zhongsuk is not acting as a student, but as a special lecturer to explain the magic of ninjutsu research and development to the children. In the eyes of many people, Uchiha Saoshik is a genius ninja that is rare in 100 years. He is extremely creative and will surely become the pillar of the Uchiha clan in the future. Including several elders, they did not agree to let him set foot on the battlefield so quickly. In order to prove his own strength, Zongji has made up his mind to find a suitable time to challenge the famous and powerful members of the family. If he can defeat the opponent, it is enough to prove that he has the ability to step on the battlefield. At that time, Tajima and others will have no reason to object. Stretching vigorously, Zhongsuk decided to end today's teaching. As an adult in his mind, he really has no interest in hanging out with a group of brats all day long. Madara and Kwana also said that strength is always the best way to gain respect. How about I also join the welcoming team? Smiling and saying hello to Uchiha Dun who was entering the school, Zhongsuk who was about to leave suddenly stopped and turned slowly to look at the group of strange faces. If there is someone leading it, it is not surprising that there will be strange faces in the clan area. Maybe they are clients, or they may be new workers. It's just that they shouldn't appear in the family's school anyway. You know, even the parents of the students are not allowed to step into it without permission. As the second elder's confidant, how could Uchiha Dun make such an obvious mistake? Wait a minute. Seeing the group of people who suddenly stopped, Zhongsuk frowned and slowly approached the ninja bag on his waist with his palm. Mr. Dun, please tell me that so many people come to the school for what are you doing? Right now, most of the clansmen have rushed outside, preparing to welcome the heroes who returned from the battlefield. It seems that the combat power has not decreased but increased, but in fact the defense force in the clan is in an unprecedented state of emptiness. Maid, where did you come from? Yamanaka Kashi gritted his teeth, and secretly made a gesture. Only one step away from the school, he couldn't let a kid ruin the plan. Going deep into the hinterland of Uchiha to implement the Extinct House project, the group did not expect to be able to go back alive. It is foreseeable that once the plan is successful, the furious Uchiha will definitely tear everyone to pieces. They are not afraid of death, but the project of extinct households must be guaranteed to succeed, and none of the little ghosts in the school can be let go. Including the guy who was questioning everyone in front of him. Do it. As soon as the words fell, the figure at the end of the line directly raised his hand and shot a kunai. Such a sudden attack at such a close range, it is impossible for a little devil to be able to dodge it. However, the facts were beyond the attacker's expectations. Not only did the little ghost dodge, but he also directly raised his hand and fired a huge fireball into the sky. Boom! The flames exploded in the air. Such a striking movement will inevitably attract the vigilance of others. They really have a problem. Zong-suk pulled out his dagger, and kept looking at the faces poking out of the school. It only takes a minute for the large army to rush back from outside, but this period is enough for the enemy to slaughter the entire school. It is difficult for him to stop so many people by himself. Run! Zong-suk yelled at the children. At the same time, he formed a mudra with both hands, and the familiar chirping of thousands of birds resounded in all directions again. Seeing the thunder and lightning in the boy's hand, and those strange pupils, Uchiha, who was possessed by the enemy, suddenly laughed. It is said that the Uchiha produced a shocking genius. He thought he had no chance to get involved, but he did not expect that the main goal of this trip was sent to him by himself. That thunder escape ninjutsu is very powerful, but unfortunately, it doesn't work at all against a group of assassins who have the will to die. As he expected, when Zong-suk started to sprint with Chidori in his hand, the enemy opened his chest to welcome him. System prompt: successfully kill Naoki, get 140 points. The person was indeed dead, but before he died, this guy used all his strength to get his arm stuck in his body. Even if it was only delayed for a mere second, it was enough for two enemies to approach him. Go to hell, brat! The man smiled grimly and swung down the butcher knife. You're the one to be damned. Zong-ji's eyes were half closed, and dazzling lightning suddenly bloomed all over his body. Chidori stream! Chidori's flashes of light severely taught the two who were trying to get close to him. Zong-ji discovered that the actual effect of this thing was greater than expected. The strong in the warring states period needed to cut people close. At least before the information is completely disseminated, Chidori Liuyan will be accurate. Kicking away the cold corpse in front of him, Zong-suk turned around and ran towards the enemy on the left. Before he arrived, several shurikens roared and hit the enemy. Damn brat! The dart hit the vital point, and the enemy knew that he would not survive, but before he died, he wanted to drag the other party to be buried with him. Suppressing the numbness in his body, the enemy stepped on the ground with one leg, and rushed towards Zong-suk like a ghost. Being able to suppress Chidori's paralysis shows that this person's strength is stronger than imagined. Pity! Chidori's sharp gun. The lightning optical sharp blade like a spear pierces through the chest, strangling the enemy's fatal blow in the cradle. I am not reconciled. System prompt: successfully kill Hira Izumi, get 260 points. Even at such a tense moment, Zong-suk couldn't help but feel happy for his harvest. Points: 743. In just a short time, his points doubled directly, and it would be absolutely amazing if he could set foot on the battlefield. Brat! The suppressed roar echoed in the ears, and the next second Uchiha appeared directly and kicked him out. The speed was so fast that Zong-suk was not allowed to react at all. The strength gap between the two sides is too great. Even if Yukino Yamanaka can't exert all his strength, it's just a piece of cake to handle him. Give me the little devil, and you all go to complete your mission. Yes. After a simple reply, the soldiers turned and rushed towards the school. With a terrifying murderous look, a group of half-grown kids all stood there stupidly, and the timid ones had already started peeing their pants. Damn it! Zong-suk gritted his teeth and got up from the ground. He broke at least 2 ribs with that kick just now. Now it is not a question of whether he can be rescued. If he is not careful, he will not escape the clutches of the enemy today. Sorry, I've tried my best. Zongsuk was already thinking about his escape plan as he stared at the door vaguely. Uchiha Dun's strength is very strong, even if he has not reached the level of an elite jonin, it is not comparable to an ordinary captain level. Not to mention, the enemy can control him to open Sharingan. The 3 pitch-black hook jades put a lot of pressure on Zongsuk. Want to run? The enemy had so much experience that he had an insight into his inner thoughts in an instant. It took less than a second to complete the seal, and the scorching flames instantly engulfed Zongsuk's figure. If I knew this earlier, why did I need to meddle in my own business just now? Yamanaka Yukio shook his head, the playfulness in his eyes was clearly visible. As the mastermind of the Extinct House project, he doesn't have to pay his life for it. When he successfully kills these little devils, he only needs to release the secret technique to return to his body. Looking at the figure that came out of the flames in embarrassment, Yamanaka Yukishi controlled his body and moved forward quickly, intending to kill Uchiha's young genius with his own hands. Presumably at that time, Uchiha Tajima's miscellaneous face must be quite exciting. Celebrating the return of a hero? He wants today to be the darkest moment in Uchiha history. It starts with you. Boom. At the critical moment, a figure inserted into the middle of the two, resisting the attack of Uchiha Dun, and directly forced the enemy back with a backhand. Looking at the boy in front of him bleeding from the corner of his mouth, Zongja smiled with difficulty. Why, you didn't go out to greet him? You know, I hate that kind of scene the most. Uchiha Madara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and clenched the dagger in his hand. He didn't obey his father's order, so he came to support so quickly. Fortunately, this was the way to save Zongsuk's life in time. Can we fight again? He asked. Of course. Zongsuk forced himself to stand up straight, sweat dripping from his forehead. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara turned around and said lightly, I'll deal with this guy, and the rest of the bastards will be handed over to you. Good. Without the slightest hesitation, Zongsuk's palm reappeared with dazzling lightning, and with the help of the stimulation of lightning chakra, he crazily rushed into the school. As for whether Madara can defeat the opponent, he has no spare energy to care about it now. Art fire escape ho fireball. As soon as he rushed into the inner hall, he saw a familiar figure. It wasn't just Madara who came to support, even that guy Kwana didn't go to the front line to meet him. The two brothers, one inside and one outside, briefly controlled the situation that was about to collapse. A ray of fire blocked the intruder outside. Chuan Nai looked at the little friend who was severely burned, and asked in a tone of surprise, Hey, are you sure you can continue to fight? In order to resist Uchiha Dun's fire escape, Zongsuk almost used the Chidori style with all his strength. Even so, he still couldn't escape the fate of extensive burns. But that is much better than being completely turned into coke. Don't worry. After easily piercing through the enemy's chest, Zongsuk spat out a mouthful of blood calmly, and replied calmly, I won't die even if you die. Aren't you squirting blood all the time? Casting Chidori put a huge burden on the body. Zongsuk was already riddled with holes, and it was trivial to squirt blood from his mouth. Chuan Nai wanted to persuade him to stop, but seeing the firm eyes of the other party, he swallowed the words abruptly. Be careful yourself. Chuan Nai took the initiative to kill the enemy. Behind the two, all the school children are hiding there. Once the enemy crosses the barrier, Uchiha will completely lose the future. Even if she dies today, Chuan Nai will have to hold on until the moment when support arrives. Why are you so hot-blooded? Zongji shook his head with a wry smile, turned his palm over, and a small light blue pill appeared in his palm. Special military food pills, small, item level E, 500 points are required for exchange. Item description, it can slightly recover the consumed chakra and stamina. It's so expensive. Swallowing the specially made Bing Liang pill in one gulp, Zongsuk took a deep breath, feeling the state of rapid recovery. and a dazzling thunder appeared in his hand for the third time. That kid Chuan Nai dared to fight for his life, so how could he be afraid of fighting? The consumption of soldiers and food pills is bound to be recovered from the enemy. At this moment, the commotion in the school has awakened many people. People from the tribe continued to come one after another, but they all died tragically in the hands of Uchiha Dun. The huge gap in strength cannot be easily made up by simply relying on the number of people. Standing among the corpses all over the ground, Yamanaka Kashi's body and mind were full of joy. What else in the world is more interesting than manipulating the enemy's body to slaughter the enemy? Silently counting the time, Uchiha Dun turned his eyes and looked at the bloody boy on the opposite side. Your strength is very good, but unfortunately, you will die in my hands today. The man didn't realize that an ominous light was quietly blooming in Uchiha Madara's downcast eyes. The juvenile version of Uchiha Madara has already reached the captain level in strength. When he activated the hidden power of the blood, the chakra in his body soared a lot in an instant. Madara himself didn't know what was going on, but he felt warm in his body, as if there was inexhaustible strength in his body. Fuck luck, kid! Yamanaka Kashi felt uneasy in his heart, and his movements became more agile. He couldn't figure out why there were so many blockers always jumping out when he was just short of the last step. Feeling the gradually sluggish body, Yukino Yamanaka knew that there was not much time left for him. He wanted to take down his opponent in one go, but he didn't expect that the young man's response was always calm and unhurried after several close-range confrontations. Even if it is slightly weak, it is not an opponent that can be solved in a short time. We can't drag it on any longer. Struggling to force the boy in front of him back, Yamanaka Yukishi turned around and planned to rush into the school, but just as he turned around, he saw two figures supporting each other. There are also corpses lying on the ground behind him. Ahem, ahem, look at this bastard, the expression on his face is like that of a dead mother. What, he still has a mother? I thought he got out of a cesspit. Zongsuk and Kwana, who were seriously injured, were a little reluctant even to stand, and they were still humiliating and cursing the enemy. It is hoped that this will shake the will of the enemy. At this moment, there are continuous sounds of piercing through the air, indicating that Uchiha's masters are about to arrive. Just wait for a while, and today's crisis can be easily resolved. At this time, even Uchiha Madara doesn't want to fight desperately with the other party. Looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief, Yukishi Yamanaka, who is mentally strong, can even sense the fresh life in the school. It shows that the subordinates have not been able to complete the task at all. You can't break Uchiha's foundation, and when others free up their hands, they will definitely launch a series of crazy revenge. The old bastard among the thousand hands Buddha said that he could protect the three tribes, but in fact he didn't know what happened. Not to mention, he was not able to complete what the two parties agreed upon. Thinking of this, Yukino Yamanaka immediately decided to put aside all worries and give priority to dealing with those little devils hiding inside the school. The art of heart turning is very powerful, but the risk of using it is also very high. When the mental power invades the body of another person, if he is injured during this period, the caster will suffer the same trauma. If he was killed on the spot, Yamanaka Kashi would die as well. He wanted to retreat calmly after completing the task, but bad things happened one after another, which forced him to the point where he had to desperately. Keenly aware of the enemy's intentions, juvenile Madara's expression changed, chakra exploded under his feet, and his body almost walked side by side with the enemy. The long knife was erected and slashed, the enemy's left arm shot up into the sky, blood gushed out like a blowout, reflecting that resolute face like Shura. Get out! Gritting his teeth and stiffening the pain of his broken arm, Yamanaka Kashi kicked Madara far away. It's a pity that before he landed, the sharp thunder gun pierced his shoulder. I'll accept the head. The person blocking the way was Saoshik Uchiha, who was in extremely poor physical condition. If it weren't for his strong obsession, he might not be able to hold on long ago. The special Bingliang pill is not a panacea, and it can guarantee his activity for such a long time that it has excellent effect. Just thinking of the benefits of killing the enemy, Zong-suk felt full of strength, and the broken ribs, bleeding arms, and shattered knees all didn't hurt anymore. This is called a rich solution to 1,000 worries. The enemy's state at this moment has long been worse than before, and it is impossible to abandon the paralyzing characteristics of Chidori's sharp spear. Just as he was thinking about how to harvest, Kwana, who was next to him, struggled and came over. Zong-suk, I'll help you. Want to K my head? Zong-suk, who was in a hurry, could only slam into his little friend, giving his teammate the most painful blow. Of course, he didn't forget to find a lame reason for himself: be careful of the enemy's desperate counterattack. It was a prevarication statement, but unexpectedly he made a stab at it, just as Chuan Nai, who was knocked to the ground, raised her head. She happened to see the enemy struggling desperately. Careful! Taking advantage of the weakening of Thunder Dun's power, Yamanaka Kashi struggled to take out a bunch of detonating symbols. Amidst the sizzling sound of the detonating talisman burning, he smiled and unlocked the secret technique of turning his heart around. Go to hell, you nasty stinking brat! The number of detonating symbols is very large, and it is impossible to eliminate them all at once under normal circumstances. Even if only 1/3 of them are successfully detonated, it is enough to blow up half of the Uchiha Academy. Fortunately, Zong-suk has special means to deal with them. Lightning light filled his palm again, and the boy opened Sharingan, and his excellent dynamic vision firmly locked on every detonating talisman. With a light wave of the palm, Chidori turned into countless thunderbolts, and accurately hit the burning detonator, as well as Uchiha Dun, who had just regained control of his body. Wow, great! The man praised with a smile. There was no resentment in his eyes, only gratitude to the 3 teenagers in front of him. If Uchiha's future dies because of him, even if he survives, the man will be devoured by his soul every day. Now, it might not be a happy ending. It's done. Seeing the enemy falling down slowly, Zong-ji felt relieved, and his exhaustion immediately overwhelmed him. In order to stop the enemy's actions, he almost squeezed all the remaining chakra with the last blow. At this moment, the injury broke out, and Zong-suk soon fell into a state of serious injury and coma. Before losing consciousness, he finally saw the anxious faces of the 2 brothers, as well as Uchiha Tajima, who rushed forward in the distance. After an unknown amount of time, the boy lying on the bed slowly woke up. Well, it's a strange ceiling. After trying to move his hands and feet, he immediately felt the excruciating pain. Feeling too bad, Zong-suk sighed silently, thinking that he must not work so hard in the future. Oh, it's all the fault of the points. If there are enough channels to obtain points, a fool will fight desperately with an incompetent strong. Raising his only movable arm, Zong-suk knocked on the head of the bed and called the maid who was waiting outside the door. Please, I'm a little hungry now. Seeing that the little hero finally woke up, the maid almost jumped up excitedly. After carefully asking him about the delicacies he wanted to taste, he opened the door and ran out in a hurry. Actually, you can pour me a glass of water first. Zong-suk's arm was stiff in the air, and finally fell down weakly. He could feel the bad situation in his body. In the battle in the school, he and Chuan Nai almost tried their best to stop the enemy. How can a body that is only 7 years old be able to stand up to him being so rough? Forget it, it's over anyway. With the system in place, no matter what kind of injury he was injured, he could recover easily, but what he cared most about now was another thing. How many points did that powerful enemy provide him with? System prompt: successfully kill Uchiha Dun and get 3,400 points. A perfect data is presented in front of you. According to Zong-suk's estimate, it would be considered pretty good for the system to give 2,000 points, but he didn't expect it to be so generous this time. Could it be that there are other reward rules that I haven't thought of? At this moment, the boy still doesn't know that there is actually another soul hidden in Uchiha Dun's body. The reason why the points overflowed so much was because the enemy couldn't control their body well, which led to the situation that they could only display 60% of their fighting power when they started to use their hands, even though they had very strong strength. It can only be said that he took advantage of it without knowing it. It seems that the small goal of 10,000 points is not too difficult. In addition to the points given by Uchiha Dun, he also gained a lot from fighting in the school. The superposition of the two directly made Xiao Zhongsuk's assets break through the 5,000 mark. He happily opened the system menu, but in the next second, the smile on his face froze completely. Name: Uchiha Saoshuk, slightly disabled. Age: 7 years old. Physical strength: ninja. Mental strength: chunin. Chakra amount: ninja. Special ability: Sharingan, one hook jade. Ninja tool: short knife. Psychic beast: none. Points: 5280. Wiping his eyes subconsciously, the 4 dazzling characters still haven't disappeared. If he didn't know that the system would not go wrong, he would have suspected that he was suffering from the legendary writing wheel presbyopia. I'm crippled when I wake up. Although he had some doubts in his heart, the tingling sensation from his body seemed to prove something to him. No solution anymore. No matter what, Zhongsuk would not allow himself to lose his ninja status. If the injury can't heal by itself, he will use the medicine exchanged by the system to assist in the treatment. After a simple search, he immediately found the right item. Body Restoration Potion, small, item level D, exchange requires 1000 points. Item description: it can slowly repair all injuries. The introduction is simple and clear, and the price is quite rough. Before the points in his hand are warmed up, he needs to return a part of the system directly. Looking at the small bottle in his hand, Zhongsuk slowly opened his mouth. I thought it was some kind of liquid, but I didn't expect the so-called recovery potion to be like jelly. As soon as he raised his head, the thing slipped into his throat. Zhongji smashed his mouth, looked at the small bottle with some regret. He couldn't taste the taste at all. Forget it, when we have money in the future, we can eat it as jelly if we have nothing to do. Feeling the heat gradually rising in his body, the boy continued to wait for the maid's food. In the end, there was no food to eat, but the 2 dancing king brothers who forced a smile on their faces. Zhongsuk, you're awake. Chuan Nai twitched the corner of her mouth, revealing a smile uglier than crying. I don't know, I thought he was crying for his own grave. Not only Kwana, Uchiha Madara's face was also ugly. After thinking about it for a while, Saoshuk probably understood the origin of their emotions. The system can mark the status, and the medical ninjas in the clan can also detect his specific injuries. For a genius ninja, there is no more terrifying word than crippled. After a simple greeting, the room fell into a terrifying sense of suffocation. The weird atmosphere made Zhongsuk feel uncomfortable all over. He would rather Chuan Nai return to his previous appearance than he is now, a cuckolded little daughter-in-law. Sorry. Ha! Looking at Kwana, who lowered his head, a big question mark appeared on Saoshuk's forehead. Is this kid apologizing to me? Under the threat of his eyes, Chuan Nai finally revealed the true thoughts in his heart. From this kid's point of view, the reason why he ended up crippled was to take care of himself during the battle. If his own strength could be stronger, perhaps Zhongsuk would not lose his ninja status. Actually, you don't have to worry too much about it. Zhongji smiled wryly. He couldn't tell that he worked so hard just to avoid being killed by the 2 brothers. The key point is that they won't believe it even if they tell it. Seeing the forced smile of her little friend, Chuan Nai bit her lip hard, and her nails pierced the flesh of her palm. How could I not care? 1 second before the tears sprayed, Chuan Nai turned around and rushed out of the room. From a long distance, the 2 people in the room could hear his suppressed crying. Oh! Uchiha Madara lowered his head, no longer the proud look he once had. In the face of such despairing facts, as proud as he is, he can only silently lament the impermanence of the world. He has the same grief as Kwannon, the only difference is that Madara can hide himself very well. Seeing the little maid come back with food, Madara said with a smile, "Have a good rest, I will come to see you again in 2 days." Oh! After the two brothers left, Zongji embarked on a mighty journey of cooking. For the next half-month, he only ate and slept every day. With the help of the recovery potion, his injury was slowly but firmly healed. During this period, the two brothers would come to visit from time to time, especially Chuan Nai, who would show up almost every 2 days. Although he didn't say anything, Zongsuk could feel his rapidly growing strength. During a small chat, Madara accidentally revealed the fact that her younger brother has opened Sharingan. Although she didn't specify it, she was probably the source of the excitement. This made Zongsuk somewhat dumbfounded, and he also gradually realized that because of his arrival, the course of the ninja world was quietly changing. At least the opening time of the two brothers has been greatly advanced. In order to prevent Chuan Na from continuing to feel guilty, Zongsuk, who had completely recovered, called in the most authoritative medical ninja in the family. It was an old man with a grey beard. After carefully examining his body, the old man jumped several meters on the spot, exclaiming words such as incredible, medical miracle, etc. in his mouth. Soon, the news of Uchiha Saoshik's complete recovery spread. The two brothers, who were practicing hard, rushed to his house almost as fast as flying. Looking at the lively little friend, Chuan Nai's mouth could hold a cucumber. "Zongsuk, are you really well? Of course, I told you not to worry too much." But, of course, he was extremely happy that the little friend was able to recover, but it was just too strange. With that kind of injury, how could it be okay? Facing the questions from the two brothers, Zongsuk hesitated a little, and finally gave his own explanation. "You have to understand that everyone's physique is different." After fooling all the visiting guests away, Saoshik finally calmed down, and planned to use the points to strengthen his own strength. So, what is better to exchange for? During the half-month of recuperation, Zongsuk has been thinking about how to strengthen himself. If it were someone else, there would be a high probability that they would start with all kinds of powerful ninjutsu. Fortunately, he planned ahead and reproduced the ninjutsu of Chidori family in advance. It can be regarded as a temporary solution to the shortcomings of the lack of attack means. Next, we should think of a way in terms of auxiliary ability. As a hero who saved the next generation, as long as his injuries are fully recovered, no one can refuse his request to go to the battlefield. Considering his life-saving experience twice, Zongji knew in his heart that what he lacked most now was the ability to save his life. Every time he fights until the bayonet is red, no matter how many points he has, it is not enough for him to consume. On the battlefield, the priority of saving life is always higher than killing the enemy. How to save his life depends on the problem he needs to solve. Perception ability, which can gain insight into the enemy's ambush and strength in advance, avoid encountering traps, and the kind of invincible powerhouse. The avatar type ability can spy on intelligence, replace the main body to do some dangerous work, and the methods that can be used in battle are more abundant. Instantaneous body abilities can increase the caster's ability to leave the battlefield, and the most advanced time and space is a first-class life-saving weapon. Defensive secret technique, which can resist damage and protect the body safety of the caster. Defensive blood successor, the effect is extremely powerful, but the disadvantage is that the demand for points is very high. Defensive ninja tools have various functions, and there are special prosthetic hands that can absorb ninjutsu. If possible, Zongji would like to redeem each of them, but unfortunately his current points are not enough to achieve his goal. Points, 4280. After redeeming the body repair potion, there are only more than 4,000 points left, and he must complete the screening among the limited choices. Slightly changing the selection criteria, the choices presented to him suddenly decreased a lot. The rest are items he can consume. Chakra Perception, beginning, item level C, 4000 points are required for exchange. Shadow Clone Technique, item level C, 3100 points are required for exchange. Light and Shadow Instant Body, item level C, 2800 points are required for redemption. Ninja, Needle Jizo, item level C, 3500 points are required for exchange. Scientific Ninja Tool, ARM, item level C, 3900 points are required for exchange. The prices of the 5 types of items are all within his acceptable range. Which one to choose, Zongsuk has not yet made a final decision. Let's talk about Chakra Perception first. As the most expensive item among the 5 options, its role is self-evident. Whether tracking or avoiding risks, the ability of Chakra Perception is extremely powerful. Unless you encounter the kind of ruthless person who can shield the chakra fluctuations, it is difficult to let the user fall into the siege. At a high level of perception, each other's existence can be sensed hundreds of kilometers apart, and true masters can even turn it into a passive ability. The shortcoming is that it doesn't help much in the actual battle process, so Zongsuk has been hesitating. Shadow Clone Technique, a powerful clone technique that is hard to distinguish with the naked eye, can be used to avoid possible risks. In the original book, Kakashi used it superbly. The most important thing is that the Shadow Clone has a great bonus to combat power, and it is definitely the favorite of the old silver coin players. It was an option Zongsuk preferred. Light and Shadow Instant Body, born out of Uchiha Shisui's instant body technique, combined with light and shadow effects to quickly move between different afterimages. Seemingly intangible, afterimages can cause damage to enemies. The battle bonus effect is strong, but the disadvantage is that the life-saving effect is slightly poor, and the effect will plummet when encountering a strong enemy. Needle Jizo, Jiraiya's defensive ninjutsu, has the advantages of sudden moves and a certain degree of attack ability. The disadvantage is obvious, the upper limit of defense is not high enough, and the effect has a certain overlap with Chidoryu. As for the scientific ninja tool, it is a defensive prosthetic hand that can absorb the ninjutsu chakra released by the ninja. That's right, it seems to have a similar ability to the reincarnation eye, but the amount of chakra that can be absorbed is actually extremely limited. It can be exchanged for use, but it cannot become a magic weapon for his survival. If conditions permit, Zongsuk will exchange all 5 abilities, and his life-saving ability will definitely be very strong by then. Long-range Chakra Perception, medium-distance Shadow Clone to explore the road, the situation is not right, the body is running, the needle is defensive, and the prosthetic hand installed can also defuse the enemy's offensive. Maybe there is no way to help him defeat strong enemies, but it can improve his scoring efficiency. Oh, don't be too greedy. Struggling in his heart for a while, he gritted his teeth and ruled out the Needle Jizo and scientific ninja tools first. Things are very good, but they are not of that great value to him. The less money you have in your pocket, the more you need to put it to good use. Zongsuk fell silent for a long time looking at the 3 options of Chakra Perception, Light and Shadow Instant Body Technique, and Shadow Clone Technique. Soon after, the whole family knew the news of Zongsuk's recovery. For several days in a row, there was an endless stream of visitors, and his small house could hardly accommodate so many gifts. Saving the Uchiha Academy means saving the families of countless people, and some parents are even so excited that they want to kneel down for him. Zongsuk was physically disabled before, and Madara did not want outsiders to come and disturb him, so he gave the death order as the young patriarch. Now, it's time for him to feel the enthusiasm of his people. When Saushik struggled to climb out from the pile of gifts, he saw Uchiha Madara sitting on a chair with a smile, quietly admiring the scene in front of him. Seeing this, Zongji rolled his eyes angrily. When did you come? Why didn't you tell me? I see that you are busy unwrapping presents, so I don't have the nerve to disturb you. Ahem, presents can be opened at any time. In Zongsuk's eyes, those who receive gifts from others and can put them in front of them and refuse to take them apart are the most ruthless among ruthless people. He definitely can't do it, he won't be able to sleep tonight if it is not finished. Father wants to see you. Madara said suddenly. Why does Lao Deng want to see me? When the doctor announced that he could not continue his ninja career, Tajima, as the patriarch, did not even show his face. It stands to reason that he has made such great contributions, and as the patriarch, he should come to express his condolences. But Tajima is that kind of person, an extreme realist, a tool without value, and in his eyes, it is like weeds on the side of the road. Now that he is in good health, no, he immediately asked his son to come over to express his condolences. Smiling slightly, Zongja did not refuse the patriarch's invitation. No matter what he said, his freedom was still in his hands. Go see each other, just in time to have an open and honest talk. Okay, I'll pack up and go. Well, then I'll go first. After Uchiha Madara left, Saushik sat down in the pile of gifts, with a weird arc hanging from the corner of his mouth. Next second. Boom. His whole body turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Uchiha clan, the residence of Tajima, the patriarch. Xiao Zongsuk is here. Today's patriarch is particularly enthusiastic, and those who don't know think that the relationship between the two is very good. It's a pity that everything is just superficial. He is sure that Uchiha Tajima, who seems to be smiling, is absolutely as calm as water in his heart, without any ripples. Otherwise, no matter how busy he is, he will never ignore a hero who saved the family's future. Zongsuk, who knew it well, also showed a smile on his face as if seeing a relative. Well, I heard that the patriarch was looking for me, so I rushed over immediately. If you like acting, I will accompany you to the end. An old fox and a little fox, in this unmanned stand, testify to each other's actor qualities. After a little condolences, Tajima, who realized that his time was about the same, picked up an information sheet from the table. You can take a look. His hometown was almost stolen, and Uchiha Tajima would not let him go easily. After a simple investigation, he successfully locked the target, and this person's information was recorded on the information sheet. Yukishi Yamanaka, male, 38 years old, had a secret meeting with the Senju clan not long ago, and it is suspected that this time the Uchiha extinct plan was finalized. It can be inferred from the intelligence that Qianshao's sudden withdrawal of troops is likely to provide assistance for this plan. The enemy understands us very well and made full use of Uchiha's characteristics. Tajima sighed, anyone who faced such an opponent would have a headache. Kashi Yamanaka said it silently several times, and Zongsuk remembered the name in his heart. Beating him into a crippled man, if there is a chance, he must pay back the debt with his own hands. Putting the information sheet on the table, Zongsuk asked, "What shall we do next?" "Humph, of course it's a blood debt." At this moment, the patriarch was full of vigor, his clothes were moving without wind, and his eyes were open and closed, showing his domineering arrogance. He not only wanted revenge, but also took this opportunity to tell everyone what would happen if he dared to fight Uchiha. Zuladi has always been against the same enemy, and if he does it, he will definitely offend the other two, but Tajima doesn't care at all. Those guys would choose to do it, probably because they were bewitched by the thousand-handed Buddha and believed in that shitty theory of love and peace. It's a pity that only benefits are eternal in the world, and the love shown by Qianshao is just that they think it can better win over the world. The weak always hope that the strong will show respect and care about themselves, and Qianshao took advantage of people's psychology. If things come to fruition, Senju will immediately restart the war, and unite with Inakacho to encircle and suppress Uchiha. But the situation is different now. Qianshao Buddha will not go to war for a group of families who can't handle small things. If Uchiha wants to fight, he can fight casually. Inakacho is not a vegetarian. Whether he is destroyed or not, Uchiha's power will be weakened to a certain extent. At that time, Senju jumped out to accuse Uchiha of cruelty. While promoting the concept of love, he took over the baton and continued the war with each other. Tajima, who is good at intrigue and trickery, can easily see the opponent's plan. But he couldn't control the emotions of his clansmen. Even if he knew there was a pit ahead, he still had to close his eyes and grit his teeth to jump into it. Glancing at the ignorant young man in front of him, the patriarch shook his head and didn't explain in detail. Maybe in his mind, Zongsuk wouldn't understand even if he said it. Picking up an item from the table for the second time, Tajima put it into the young man's hand, and said earnestly, "Here is my ninjutsu experience written by myself. You can read it slowly when you go back. I hope it can help you in the future. Survive the battlefield. Remember, life is a large-scale battlefield. You must constantly overcome yourself, stick to your heart, and forge ahead. The future of Uchiha is in your hands." With that said, Tajima threw him the third thing. Uchiha Saoshuk. The patriarch's tone suddenly became serious. "Exist. There is an urgent report from the Western Theater. There have been frequent turmoil in Hell Valley recently. The clan has decided to send more ninjas to suppress it. You can follow along. I can finally walk out of Novice Village?" For a moment, Zongsuk's eyes filled with excitement, and this scene made Tajima, who had a serious face, couldn't help laughing. It seems that this child is really suffocated at home. In the school battle, Zongsuk proved his strength. At this time, it was time to employ people, and Uchiha Tajima decided to send all three of the best young people to practice. The eldest son went to the Southern Theater to take charge of the extermination of the Zuladi clan. The second son, Chuan Nai, went to a certain mine to pay off Ronin and other hostile families that would appear from time to time. Zongsuk then went to the Western Theater to guard Hell Valley and continue to fulfill the task entrusted by the daimyo of the Land of Thunder. In fact, not only the Land of Fire, Uchiha's mission undertaking range is very wide. Even contemporary daimyos far away in the Land of Thunder will take the initiative to issue commissions. The specific task content is to ask them to guard the pond of blood of the sinner family that was exiled to Hell Valley. Everything was going well at first, but the family of sinners who were willing to be punished suddenly changed. It seemed that some people were unwilling to continue to suffer in that hell. In order to enhance control, and to let Zongsuk Kid practice, this special task was born. Seeing him grinning from ear to ear, Tajima said lightly, "Remember, the goal of the mission is not to kill. The daimyo hopes that the pool of blood will sink in hell forever. What a cruel fellow! Who cares about him, as long as he is willing to give the money?" Having said that, but judging by the face of the patriarch, I am afraid that the impression of the great name of the country of thunder is also not very good. Regardless of their influence, in the eyes of many people, ninjas are a group of tools that come and go when they are called. The Blood Pond family has served the daimyo for generations, and what the result is, it's not like they ended up in a terrible end. Therefore, Tajima has always insisted that Uchiha must not fall to any daimyo, no matter how high the asking price is. Watching the boy leave briskly, Tajima sat back on the chair again, leaning on his cheek with one hand, as if he was thinking about something. Inakacho said, "As long as Uchiha can free his hand, it is not a problem to clean up these guys. But the real instigator will always be the old enemy family in the east, Senshou Mori. How to solve them is what Tajima should consider." After receiving the first mission in his life, Zongsuk was very excited. Being able to leave the family means that he will have many opportunities to earn points. Guard Hell Valley? No problem, the big deal is to keep a shadow clone, and his body will go out to find suitable prey. Everyone has left the clan area, is it still trying to restrain him with a mere order? Hell Valley, the Blood Pool family, the name feels so familiar. Back at his home, Zongsuk tried to recall information about Hell Valley while packing his bags. Finally, he remembered where he had heard of the Blood Pool clan. Isn't this the group of villains in the true story of Suzuki? The blood pool family is good at the pupil technique called blood dragon eye. They can use blood to perform secret techniques, and they can even directly use the pupil technique to manufacture human bombs in large quantities. They used to be residents of the Land of Thunder, and a girl in the family married the daimyo as a concubine. The daimyo passed away not long after, but was slandered by the royal family for being related to the murder of the daimyo. As a result, the whole family was exiled to Hell Valley, where they endured the scorching heat day and night. Entrusted by the Land of Thunder, the Uchiha clan is responsible for guarding these sinners, and the family can obtain a lot of war funds from the daimyo every year. In the past many years, the sinners lived in peace and harmony, as if they were used to the hot life in Hell Valley, but the situation seems to be a little different recently. Closing the information in his hand, Zongja muttered to himself, the pupil technique of manipulating blood is indeed a very good ability. Forced himself not to think so much for the time being, he picked up the note given by the patriarch, which contained all kinds of powerful fire escapes, such as the basic Hao fireball, Fengxian fire, flame bomb, and so on. Slightly more advanced ones include the art of Hailong Huo, the art of hiding dust, the art of singing dragon flames, and so on. From the method of cultivation to the precautions, the patriarch gave a detailed explanation, which is indeed a precious gift. Taking the notes and carefully storing them away, Zongsuk decided to study as much as possible in his free time. As for the current situation, we still need to study the legendary Western Theater. The base camp of the Uchiha clan is located to the west of the center of Fire Country. There are powerful enemies in the four areas of southeast, northwest, and among them, apart from Hell Valley, which must be garrisoned in the west, there are several family forces that deserve attention. The powerful Feng Mo clan, a family of pommel horses who are good at using illusions. The Sarutobi clan, who like to uphold justice everywhere, and their allied family, the Shimura clan. There are more than a dozen other small and medium-sized families, with high and low combat power, belonging to the most complex area of the Fire Nation. After the turmoil in Hell Valley is resolved, Zongsuk will then need to go to the Western Theater to stand by, and sooner or later he will contact these families one by one. I hope everyone can live in peace. Even he himself would not believe these words. If he really wanted to be friendly, why would Uchiha send heavy troops to garrison him, and where would the points for him to become stronger come from? Hello, Saoshuk! The familiar shout woke him up, and when he looked up, Chuan Nai was rushing in aggressively. Seeing him packing his luggage, Chuan Nai immediately stepped forward and asked, "Where are you going?" Glancing at him lightly, Zongsuk said calmly, "Secret." "Are you going to the battlefield?" "Secret." "Western battlefield, or go to the southern district with Big Brother?" "Secret." "What the hell am I?" Seeing his reckless appearance, Chuan Nai's eyes widened, and she rolled up her sleeves, wanting to beat him up. As a result, he saw lightning flashing from his little friend's palm, and silently put down his sleeve. Alas! Chuan Nai lowered her head and sat on a chair sullenly. "Brother is going to wipe out the enemy family, you kid doesn't know where to go to have fun, why do I have to go to that dark mine?" "Mine?" Zongji remembered that the family seemed to have some looted assets, among which the mine pit was a relatively important part. Although the environment there is bad, the danger is far less terrifying than the frontal battlefield. Just be careful, there won't be much problem with Kwana. What really worried Zongsuk was Uchiha Madara. Due to his own intervention, the time for the brothers to open their eyes was much earlier. He was worried that the old Heijo who was hiding in the dark would start to do things earlier. His current strength is far from enough, and he doesn't have the means to deal with Heijo at all. If he really wants to do something, he can only see the tricks at best. As Indra's chakra reincarnation, Madara was destined to be black and white from birth. This is the fate that the king of dance cannot escape. Forget it, I don't seem to have the right to worry about others. Zongsuk smiled wryly, and decided not to think about Madara's issue for the time being. No matter what, Hei will never allow him to have an accident. As for whether the three views will be affected, he simply cannot predict. It would be better to say, take advantage of Hei Ju's gaze shifting, seize the time to accumulate strength, and when he becomes a patriarch-level powerhouse, he will have the qualifications to play against the old silver coins. There was a chat with Kwana without saying a word. In fact, Saoshik wanted to leave immediately, but he didn't expect that after waiting for a while, Madara Uchiha also came to the house after hearing the news. Looking at the luggage in Zongsuk's hand, Madara said with emotion, "Unexpectedly, the three of us will be separated in a blink of an eye." Yet, Chuan Nai turned her head and took over the conversation, "I don't know what year and month it will be when we get together again." The two little devils are quite sentimental. As an adult, Zongsuk has long been used to life and death, so he is not so vulnerable at this moment. "Don't worry, we will get together again sooner or later. The longer the interval, the happier we will be when we meet, won't you?" Hearing his open-minded words, Uchiha Madara nodded in agreement, and put his palms on the shoulders of his two younger brothers. "Promise me, you must survive. Don't worry, brother. It's not that easy to kill me." The three of them looked at each other, as if they had seen the scene of reunion after many years. On the way to the Western War Zone, Zongsuk began to practice the fire escape ninjutsu taught by the Patriarch. As everyone knows, a group of bounty hunters have been secretly eyeing him. Since solving the invasion incident, the three brothers became famous, and faintly became the sole figures representing the younger generation of Uchiha. Then it will naturally be targeted by the outside world. The most intuitive thing is the head reward. The famous gold exchange has existed as early as the Warring States period, and it has received a large number of prodigal and rebellious forbearance. They formed a team of bounty hunters to hunt those expensive heads. If you want to say who is the most famous recently, it is tantamount to a few young people who are called Three Masters of Uchiha by the outside world. Uchiha Madara, a reward of 25 million. Uchiha Sosuke, a reward of 16 million. Uchiha Izumi, a reward of 8 million. If he could kill all three of them, the reward would be enough to ensure that the rest of his life would be well fed. At this moment, the team hanging far behind is a group of bounty hunters with a strong record. "It's just a kid, killing him is not easy. Don't be too careless." After reprimanding his arrogant subordinates, the hunter captain just turned his head when he saw the wobbly boy suddenly disappear in front of him. "Are you looking for me?" Light laughter rang in the ears of several people. "Has anyone read it? This day, the collection has increased by single digits, and I feel like I wrote a fake fanfic." Zongji was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, as soon as he walked out of the house, the experience monster would take the initiative to deliver it to the door. He seems to have foreseen the bright future of harvesting a large amount of points. Because of this, when facing a group of bounty hunters, the boy still had a smile on his face. What is he laughing at? The man hesitated a little, and immediately pulled out kunao and stabbed at the mission target in front of him. The two people next to him also followed quickly, and the three shining sharp blades pierced through the target's body at the same time. "It's done." The man was overjoyed, and then saw the mockery in the young man's eyes. Boom! The shadow clone exploded without warning, and the three people who were closer were unable to dodge at all. System prompt: successfully kill the enemy and get 78 points. System prompt: successfully kill the enemy and get 55 points. System prompt: successfully kill the enemy and get 58 points. The strength of the trio is very weak, far inferior to the group that raided the school back then. According to the equivalent conversion, it is probably a ninja-level player. In fact, this is the true status quo of the ninja world. Similar to Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, it is extremely rare to find a situation where a lower ninja has the ability to fight a higher ninja. The gap in hard power cannot be easily made up by a little enthusiasm. These guys who can't even release ninjutsu constitute the most chaotic circle in the ninja world. The vast majority of people dare to do anything as long as they are given money, and they have no ability to distinguish the gap between the enemy and ourselves. If people come to assassinate every day. Soon, Zhongsuk forced himself to dismiss this idea. The underground world is full of fish and dragons, and maybe a master will jump out one day. Whether he did the math mentally or not, maybe a glass of poisoned wine could kill him. Giving up the idea of using himself as a bait, Zhongsuk clutched his stomach and staggered out of his hiding place. Hiss, it really hurts. The boy's wry smile was hard to hide. He just wanted to try to use chakra to detonate the shadow clone on a whim. In the end, he forgot that the avatar will faithfully transmit all feelings to the main body, which naturally includes the rare experience of being blown to death. When the tearing pain filled his whole body, there was only one thought left in Zhongsuk's mind. I'm cracked. No wonder shadow self-explosion is rare, except for the special masochist like Fei Duan. No normal person would want to try it a second time. Especially in the tense battle process, the severe pain enough to cause muscle spasm is likely to cause the caster to experience short-term rigidity. In front of a real master, there is no difference from taking the initiative to die. Just like that, the killer move he just created was brutally sealed. The corpses of the three unlucky ones were not touched indiscriminately, and the trap of dying together was prevented from being hidden. After thinking about it for a while, Zhongsuk simply used House Fireball to completely incinerate their bodies. You're done. After clapping his hands lightly, Zhongsuk took back his bag and continued towards the Western Theater. On the way, he checked his current state. Name, Uchiha Saoshuk. Age, 7 years old. Physical strength, Ninja. Mental strength, Chunin. Chakra amount, Ninja. Special ability, Sharingan, 1 hook jade. Ninja tool, short knife. Psychic beast, none. Points, 1371. In terms of basic ability, he is probably an ordinary ninja. However, if the abilities of Sharingan, Chidori and Shadow Clone are counted, it is enough to compete with the captain-level powerhouse in a short time. At least out of the ranks of cannon fodder. Basic physical fitness takes a long time to improve. If you want to improve your strength as soon as possible, the best way is to exchange for a chakra amplification technique. Simply specializing in ninjutsu can no longer bring him an immediate improvement effect. The main reason is the limitation of the amount of chakra. Then the focus of the next exchange should be mainly on improving chakra. There are many specific methods, the key depends on how he chooses. There are probably 3 best-known methods. The first type is the 8-door Dunjia. By lifting the restrictions of the body, the chakra in the body will increase rapidly in a short period of time. Open the 8-door Dunjia formation, and in a short time will have a combat power comparable to that of the 6th-level class. The second is the fairy mode. By absorbing natural energy, transform it into Senju chakra that can be used by oneself. The third type is Renshuli. With the power of the tailed beast, the user's chakra can instantly increase hundreds of times. It's a pity that Zongja can't see Beiman Dunjia in immortal mode at all. Even if he can see it, the points required for redemption must be astronomical. As for becoming Renzuruki, he can try to do it manually, provided that he has a combat power comparable to that of a tailed beast. Maybe I should lower my standards a bit. On the way, Zhongsuk has been searching for a suitable substitute, and before the end, he finally found a suitable exchange item. Curse Seal, item level B, 6,000 points are required for exchange. It can absorb the energy of nature and convert it into a special chakra that can be absorbed by the human body. The Pink 6E version, which belongs to the fairy mode, naturally cannot compare with the former in terms of strength increase. There are 2 main advantages. One is that the speed is fast, and it is almost released at will. With a movement of the mind, the natural energy sealed in the curse seal will spread all over the body. Second, when the curse seal is released, it can cause some changes to the shape. Sasuke's sky seal can even help him fly in the air. While thinking, Zongsuk was thinking, since the curse seal can store natural energy, whether it can also store the pre-transformed celestial chakra. In that case, when he learns the immortal mode in the future, he doesn't have to work hard to condense and refine the immortal chakra, and just use the one sealed in the seal. It can be regarded as solving the biggest drawback of the fairy mode. Okay, it's up to you. After deciding on the goal of the next stage of effort, Zongsuk finally arrived at the legendary Hell Valley. After showing the identity token given by the patriarch, he walked into the canyon under the leadership of 2 clansmen. Wow, it's so hot! Zongsuk subconsciously covered his mouth and nose, as if he had returned to the sauna room in his previous life for a moment. After walking a few steps, sweat began to trickle down his back. The rivers on both sides of the road were constantly bubbling hot bubbles like boiling water, and the air was filled with an indescribable strange smell. In less than a minute, Zongsuk had the idea of fleeing. This is Hell Valley, the purgatory on earth used to punish the Blood Pool family. Stop! Suddenly, 2 strangers with unkind expressions blocked their way. You are not welcome here, Uchiha. Get out, or don't leave today. In just a few words, the 2 groups of people showed their weapons one after another. It can be seen that the relationship between the 2 parties is worse than he imagined. It's just that Zongsuk is more concerned about the strangeness in the man's eyes. Is this the blood dragon eye? The one-shaped pupils resemble the fairy model, and the pupils are lavender. Just looking at it seems to be able to smell a strong smell of blood. Don't stare into his eyes. The older Uchiha reminded quietly. Blood dragon eye is a well-known illusion eye, which is very powerful, and Uchiha needs to reach the state of Sanguyu to match it. It's a pity that the awakening rate of that thing is even more outrageous than Sharingan, otherwise there is no need to fear the threat from the daimyo. Obviously, the person standing in front of everyone is a strong man, at least he was very strong in the past, but now, the other party has already been tortured by the special environment of Hell Valley. Only those pupils still exuded an ominous light. As a manager, Uchiha doesn't have much contact with each other on weekdays. They only need to ensure that the Blood Pond family doesn't run out of the valley. It's just that for some reason, there seems to be a different kind of restlessness in Hell Valley recently. Zongja's first mission in life was to investigate the problems of the Blood Pool clan. In order to verify the target's strength, he deliberately did not listen to his senior's persuasion, and insisted on staring at the man in front of him with provocative eyes. Humph! I don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. The grumpy man lost control of his emotions in an instant, and aimed the blood dragon's eyes at the brat who dared to look directly into his eyes. As soon as the eyes of the 2 sides met, Zongsuk immediately noticed the abnormal pupil power invading his body. In an instant, everything around him completely collapsed, and he fell into a sea of blood with the falling rocks. The pungent bloody smell made it impossible to tell the real from the fake. After finally breaking free from the sea, Zongji looked around, and the whole world seemed to be stained with blood. A pair of blood dragon eyes hang high in the sky, like gods aloft, watching the ants in the sea of blood with indifferent eyes. What a real illusion! Zongsuk worked hard to gain experience, hoping to create such an excellent illusion world in the future. Allowing himself to be pulled into the bottom of the sea by an unknown force, the boy closed his eyes tightly, and his mental power began to impact the entire world like a heavy hammer. Hey! The eyes hanging in the sky finally stopped being cold and heartless. The lavender pupils trembled constantly, revealing an unconcealable shock, as if he didn't understand why a kid could have such terrifying spiritual power. Just as he was about to fight back, Zongsuk, who was deep in the sea of blood, suddenly opened his eyes, and another pair of pupils suddenly appeared in the dark red sky. Click! The illusion world was completely frozen at this moment, and then exploded like brittle glass. Outside, Zongja and the man let out a muffled snort at the same time, both faces showing signs of exhaustion. Mr. Chi! The man's companion had an incredulous look on his face. The most powerful idol in his heart actually lost to a little ghost in the illusion competition. As the one who took the initiative to attack, he failed to deal with the opponent quickly, and was forced to be dragged to the illusion world to be broken, otherwise it would not have caused such serious mental trauma. No matter how you look at it, it is your own defeat. Let's go. The man gave the boy a vicious look, turned around and left the canyon entrance. Seeing this, Zhongji ignored the compliments of the two clansmen, but stared at the two leaving in a daze. When others saw him, they thought he was unwilling to face failure, but he didn't know that the young man was full of thoughts on how to turn the two into points. That guy just now has good strength. If he kills him, he will get at least 1,000 points. Investigate the cause of the turmoil in the blood pool. He has come all the time, and the blood pool clan can't do without rebelling. But, Zhongji shoulders the task entrusted by the patriarch, and everything must be done properly. At least he had to wait for others to do it before he could be forced to defend himself. It was very reasonable to accidentally kill more than a dozen people during the period. Hey, who made me a person who obeyed the rules? The news here spread quickly, and the small army stationed there knew that a young man with very good strength had arrived. At first, everyone was still speculating about his identity. After Zhongsuk introduced himself, many people gradually realized that he was the young genius who created Chidori. It's not that they don't like to remember people, but that the news around them is too closed, including the Uchiha clan, and many times they forget that there are still a group of people here. In the final analysis, the declining blood pool clan is not that important. If you send some people casually, they will be able to suppress the other parties so that they don't dare to take the lead. Such a group of guys naturally did not get the attention of the patriarch. Over time, even the clansmen stationed here began to be marginalized. Suddenly seeing the future star of hope, many people surrounded him curiously. Your name is Zhongsuk. It's a nice name. The person who named you must be a scholar. You are so amazing, you can create ninjutsu at a young age. I heard that there are still many morphological changes. How far has your Sharingan evolved? Does Zhongsuk have a girl he likes? Zhongsuk. 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 The young man whose head got bigger took a lot of effort to successfully escape from the siege of his tribe. It seems that everyone is really overwhelmed. Finally a new face came, and I can't wait to take off his underwear to see what color it is. Although a little dumbfounded, Zhongsuk understood their mentality very well. If it were me, even if I was sentenced to leave the family, I wouldn't stay here for 10 years like a day. Fortunately, he is here, 3 days at the latest, tonight at the soonest, and he must make the pool of blood a thing of the past. At night, in the deepest part of Hell Valley, there is an altar made of dark red blood. Around the altar, many people are arranging the items needed for the ceremony, most of which are related to blood and internal organs. Looking over the corpses and flesh all over the ground, in the center of the altar, people hang a certain unconscious woman with iron chains. Occasionally turning their eyes, the faces of the surrounding clansmen were apologetic, but when they thought of the pain they had suffered for so many years, the apology in their eyes was replaced by ferocity and hatred. As long as we can complete the ritual, the pool of blood will have the power to defeat everything. That's right, this is a ritual handed down from ancient times, so there must be nothing wrong with it. As long as the blood sacrifice is completed, all the clansmen present can forcibly open their eyes. At that time, no one in the world will be our opponent. Pull Uchiha first, then destroy the land of thunder. Pull Uchiha first, then destroy the land of thunder. Pull Uchiha first, then destroy the land of thunder. Among the waves of morbid shouts, only one person seemed so out of place. Let go of me! The man roared vigorously, but unfortunately he couldn't break free from the shackles on his body. His eyes were wrapped with a strip of cloth, with a big seal on it, which was used to seal the man's insurance, otherwise he would try his best to stop the ceremony. After all, the woman used as a living sacrifice was the wife who had just given birth to a daughter for her. In the dungeon, Cheng Yan collapsed to the ground in pain, hitting the ground with his forehead. "Come on, who will help me untie the seal? I'm going to save my wife." The young man looked in pain, but it was a pity that the seal on his face could not be undone by brute force. The act of hitting the ground was just a way for him to vent his inner powerlessness. To complete the evil ritual, one must use a clansman who opened the blood dragon's eye as a sacrifice. Cheng Yan has excellent talent and extraordinary combat power, and the blood pool family does not want to lose the strongest combat power easily. Then there don't seem to be many goals left. In the end, the young man's wife unfortunately became a sacrifice. He had the ability to resist, but he was too naive to believe in the conscience of his tribe. In order to escape torture and take revenge on those who hurt them, there is nothing the blood pool family can't do. If necessary, they can invest more sacrifices, just to complete the legendary evil ritual. I should have killed you in the first place. That's right, you are a group of demons who actually wanted to kill a child's mother in front of her. Cheng Yan's tone was full of self-blame. If he had seen through this earlier, his wife would have been fine. Boom! Hoo! Bang bang bang! The loud fighting sound attracted the young man, and he turned his head slightly, as if he was trying to listen to something. Within a few seconds, a burst of footsteps suddenly sounded outside, and then he heard someone open his cage. Zi la la! There was a sound like a bird chirping, and the next second, the cloth strip used to seal the city flames was torn into pieces. The young man slowly opened his eyes, and a strange boy appeared in front of him. The dark guyu in his eyes is clearly visible, it seems to be from Uchiha, but those things are not important anymore. Dark purple straight pupils slowly emerged, the whites of the young man's eyes were bloodshot, and he slowly raised his palm, aiming at a group of reinforcements coming in the distance. Bloodshot! Blood beads the size of rice grains pierced the fingers, one after another, filling the gap between the two in an instant. Even Zongsuk, who was at the side, felt that his blood was throbbing desperately. At this time, people finally saw the scene they didn't want to face. The most powerful member of the Blood Pool clan got out of trouble. Damn it, I just said he should be killed. Humph, don't forget who Cheng Yan's master is, can he let us do it? Then what should we do now? Are you going to resist the Blood Dragon Eye? Why don't we retreat temporarily? Before the words fell, the blood beads all over the sky instantly covered the two people's bodies. When the others reacted, the blood floating in the sky was more than 10 times more. Fighting with killing and raising, the more people killed, the stronger the youth can exert. Let's go. Cheng Yan walked ahead with an indifferent expression, and when the two walked out of the aisle, there were no other living people in the dungeon. Looking at the sea of blood floating above his head, Zongji frowned, finally seeing the true power of the Blood Dragon Eye. Even he doesn't want to fight the man in front of him now. Outside, all the members of the Blood Pool clan gathered, watching the two people walking out slowly. Someone couldn't help shouting, "Chen Jun, don't be fooled, it must be Uchiha who wants to stop us from doing things, kill that people." That's right, our great cause for 1,000 years is about to be realized, and we must not fail. Think about it, how much suffering and torture we have suffered for so many years, shouldn't we take revenge? The people of the tribe are sincere, as if they really have a last resort, but Cheng Yan only has eyes for the woman tied up on the altar. Chen Jun. Suddenly, he was slightly moved by the familiar shout, and his gaze finally shifted away from his wife. The person who came was an old man, whose body was extremely emaciated due to long-term torture. He was the master who taught the youth to grow up. Don't do stupid things. The old man sighed softly, and persuaded him earnestly, don't say too much, I believe you understand, I just ask you, do you really want to completely abandon the tribe for a woman? Hearing this, the young man didn't answer immediately, but just swept his eyes over everyone's face in turn. In the end, it settled on the dearest and most beloved master. He asked a very strange question. "Master, why wasn't your daughter the sacrifice?" After the words closed, the blood turned into a flexible long whip, which passed the neck of his most respected teacher in the blink of an eye. Unable to utter a single word, the old man fell to the ground and died miserably. "Damn, it's too wasteful." Zhongji couldn't wait any longer. This bastard really has the ability to single-handedly kill the Blood Pool clan. If he doesn't come out again, let alone eat meat, he won't be able to drink the purines in the soup. Not long after, the former Blood Pool clan completely became history. The blood entrenched in the sky has already turned into a few ferocious blood dragons. Even after killing the powerful enemy, it still hasn't dissipated. Zhongsuk could feel that it was staring at him firmly. "Hey, don't you want revenge?" Zhongji's attitude was very casual, and he didn't seem particularly nervous. "Nonsense, he is a shadow clone who is nervous, and the sixth child in the main body will not rashly break into the Hell Valley without knowing the situation. I would rather earn less points than spend my life on it. In case something fails, at most one shadow clone will be lost, and if the matter is successful, even the shadow clone can find a way to gain points." Turning his head and taking a deep look at him, Cheng Yan asked lightly, "Tell me, why did you help me?" "I'm just helping myself." Zhongji didn't deceive him with this sentence. The young man couldn't understand, but it didn't prevent him from understanding the meaning of the other party's words. "Some things, don't inquire about them, it's good for everyone." Accompanied by a loud bang, the blood dragon in the sky finally fell. Cheng Yan ignored him, and went to rescue his trapped wife and daughter. Before leaving, Zhongji couldn't help but stop him. "Don't forget, you are now the sinner who slaughtered the Blood Pool family." "I have never been here today." "Okay." Cheng Yan nodded, and decided to carry the cauldron alone. It's a trivial response. I kindly remind you that it's better not to use your original name in the future." After thinking about it for a while, the young man felt that what the other party said was unreasonable. "Then I will be called Oyajo Yan from now on." Seeing the family of three gradually disappearing, Zhongsuk smiled slightly, and took the initiative to release his shadow clone. Either way, at least the Hell's Hollow issue is permanently resolved. First, he does not need to continue to be stationed here in the future. Second, other clansmen can finally leave this hell. Third, the points gained during this trip are not cheap. Although most of the heads were taken away, the shadow clone still killed some people desperately. Absolutely rewarding. The enemy's strength is not strong enough, otherwise he would not be slaughtered by Oyajo Yan alone. Counting the 2 dungeon guards at the beginning, Zhongsuk only received 11 rewards in total. Total value, 902 points. Counting his original inventory, the current total points have already exceeded the 2000 mark. Points, 2273. There are 3727 points left before the next redemption target. It's not that he's lazy, but that guy's movements are too fast, and the ability to abuse food with the Blood Dragon Eye Pupil technique is simply unparalleled. Forget it, 900 is already very high. Lying on the hardwood bed, Zhongsuk twisted his body a little unaccustomed. In fact, he is a person who knows the bed better, and it is difficult to fall asleep immediately when he suddenly comes to a strange environment. If you can't sleep, think about the future deployment of actions. The Suez Haki family was destroyed, and Yewuchenjian shouldered the blame alone, which was regarded as repayment for his life-saving grace. One person wants freedom, one person wants points, the two sides owe each other, and everyone will not meet each other in the future. Hell Valley is worthless, and he will officially go to the Western Legion soon. Stepping onto the battlefield in person to accept the baptism of blood and fire, there are countless strong men and points, it depends on whether he has the strength to obtain them. Among them, the Fuma clan is currently the most powerful, and they are not empty of Uchiha on the frontal battlefield. The patriarch Fuma Iyakiro's personal strength is even more formidable. If it is one-on-one, it is said that no one in the Western Legion is his opponent. The strength of the Sarutobi clan is also extraordinary. There are many members in the family. On weekdays, they like to be chivalrous and righteous everywhere. The outside world generally evaluates them very well. The Shimura clan is relatively mysterious. The ninjas of the clan are good at using wind escape. As for the Kurama family, it is very different from the situation when Konoha village was established, and now it is a veritable wealthy family. There are many businesses run by the family, and the number of people in the clan is even larger. Occasionally, there will be geniuses who inherit the power of the family blood. There is a person in the present age who can perform the illusion of controlling the five senses. Just think about how tricky the strength will be. Compared with other families, Uchiha's Western Legion does not have an advantage in all aspects. In terms of numbers, dividing the family's combat power into 4 is destined to cause difficulties in terms of military strength. In terms of combat power, Uchiha's single-body combat power is generally superior, but there is currently a lack of masters who have the final word. The head of the Legion Uchiha Shinaya is very strong, but not yet at the top level. If the Patriarch Tajima can come here in person, he can solve the current predicament, but that guy doesn't care about the Mirfuma clan, he only has Senshou Mori in his eyes. Other families of the Fire Nation? A group of people who insert labels and sell heads can just be handed over to the people below to deal with, and Qian Shao Budajian is the opponent worthy of his attention. The Patriarch can't count on it. It seems that the Western Legion can only figure out a way by itself. Fortunately, the current situation is relatively stable, there is no large-scale conflict, and there is still time for Zongji to work hard to develop. The curse seal must be exchanged as soon as possible. The physical disadvantage can only be smoothed out with the increase of chakra. In the final analysis, his age is currently the biggest check and balance to improve his strength. Especially in the Warring States period, everyone had a powerful physical skill, which would invisibly magnify his disadvantages. This is even more so after stepping on the battlefield, where no one dares to squander chakra at will, and more rely on physical skills to fight. Once the chakra is exhausted, the consequences will be disastrous. Turning over silently, Zongsuk finally felt a surge of drowsiness. He was already lethargic at his age, and if the bedboard was not too uncomfortable, he might have started whimpering. Well, let's talk about other things later. What I need most now is to be familiar with the battlefield environment. After an unknown amount of time, Zongsuk lay on the bed and fell asleep in a daze. There seemed to be a pair of eyes watching him in the darkness, but upon closer inspection, it seemed that nothing existed. The next day, Zongji pretended to go to Hell Valley to investigate, but accidentally found a mountain of corpses. After some careful investigation, it was finally confirmed that the Blood Pool clan had been wiped out last night, and there seemed to be 2 murderers. The one who kills the most is the user of Blood Dragon Eye. Besides that, there should be another expert who is good at using Thunder Dungeon. During the investigation, the person in charge would always look at Saoshik Uchiha from time to time, as if observing his expression. The boy just came here to report, but the Blood Pool clan was killed the next day, which is too much of a coincidence. What's more, Zongji's proficiency in Thunder Tunnel has long been known to everyone, and it's hard for people not to wonder whether the whole thing has something to do with him. Captain, look at this. At this time, someone brought over a yellowed book. The content recorded above is just about the evil ceremony of sacrifice. From the situation at the scene, it is not difficult to see what happened last night. It was for the purpose of holding a ceremony that caused someone who became a sacrifice to kill the tribe. Thinking about it this way, it seems that it has nothing to do with the boy. The most important thing is that the person in charge couldn't find Zongsuk's motive for doing this. The final investigation results came out soon, and after sorting out a bit, the person in charge sent liaison officers to send the letters to the clan and the Daming Mansion of the Land of Thunder respectively. After doing all this, the person in charge finally breathed a sigh of relief, and returned to the station at the entrance of Hell Valley with the team members. Then, wow! Great, those guys are finally dead. I don't have to stay here and suffer. I can finally leave this ghost place. Hey, that's the best news I've heard this year. Looking at the celebrating clansmen, Zhongji smiled slightly, feeling very happy for them. But going to the outside world is not necessarily a good thing. In the Warring States period, human life was as cheap as worthless, and there was no place that could be called a pure land. Perhaps the living conditions have improved, but safety issues cannot be guaranteed. Just looking at everyone's current appearance, I'm afraid I'm not in the mood to think about these issues at all. Taking out the transfer order from the Patriarch Tajima, Zongsuk found the person in charge and proposed that he needed to go to the Western Theater to report. Declining the invitation to stay and celebrate, under the eyes of everyone with emotion, the boy simply packed up and left Hell Valley, where he only stayed for one day. No wonder he is a genius. Really, I don't think there's anything wrong with being an ordinary person. Stop talking about that, how about we go to town for a drink today? In the forest, Zongsuk, who was galloping, suddenly frowned, and looked at the path beside him. Someone! Under his gaze, a group of 3 people slowly emerged from the shadows. It turned out to be a kid. The man smiled and said, "Under the sunlight, the red hair looks particularly eye-catching." It turned out to be a little ghost. The man's tone was soft, but his heart skipped a beat as soon as he spoke. Turning his head cautiously, he happened to see the little master's unfriendly eyes. Ha, ha ha, in fact, young people are also very good. Heroes often emerge from adolescence. Smiling in embarrassment, the red-haired man lowered his head and silently retreated to the middle of the line. The little master dislikes others saying that she is young, otherwise, she would not insist on following the 2 to the land of fire. I didn't notice it for a while, and actually laughed at a child who was about her age, which was terrible. Thinking of the situation after going back, the man couldn't help but sigh. Seeing this, the short figure snorted softly and looked away, then slowly raised his head, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. "You too, people have ridiculed you, don't you know how to reply?" Zongsuk frowned, always feeling that the combination in front of him was very strange. The man had red hair all over his head, and the other 2 couldn't see their real appearance clearly, which made Zongsuk unable to determine the identity of the other party. Perhaps, the other party just has a rare hair color, and is not from the Uzumaki clan who is lonely overseas. Oh, try it and you'll know. Without answering the little girl's question, Zongsuk's hands quickly formed a seal, and 7 basketball-sized flames suddenly descended like heavenly maidens scattered flowers. While using Fengxian Huo, Zongsuk used skill to throw a shuriken, making ninjutsu present a strange attack line. Fire escape impatience claw red. Oops! The red-haired man murmured inwardly that something was wrong. He dodged to the front, and pointed his index finger heavily into the void a second before the flames fell. In an instant, the black print began to spread in the air, and the flame seemed to have encountered a natural enemy, and was directly absorbed by it on the spot the moment it touched the print. Sealing technique: fire sealing seal. Although the flame disappeared, it did not mean that the shuriken inside would also lose its effect. In the eager eyes of the man, the shuriken drew a strange arc and collided suddenly on the side of his body. When the trio realized something was wrong, they went straight to the little girl with a cold look. Ah! In a hurry, the girl had no time to react, and her cloak was completely torn by the shuriken that roared towards her. The black cloth fluttered, and what was hidden underneath was also a head of gorgeous red hair. Sure enough, Zongji didn't continue to attack, but frowned lightly and asked, "Uzumaki clan, why did you appear here? You have to take care of it." The little red-haired girl looked very angry. "I was speaking for him just now, but I didn't expect that he would give her a blow in the blink of an eye." The girl was a little aggrieved at first, but soon turned her inner dissatisfaction into anger. Ignoring the boy's questioning, she rushed forward with all her teeth and claws, ready to teach him a lesson herself. Die, die, die. The girl's offensive was pressing every step of the way, and the process was very smooth, which showed that she had definitely worked hard in this regard. This made Seong-suk even more curious about her identity. The Uzumaki family is the cousin of Senshou, and they are also the direct descendants of Ashura. In the original book, there have been excellent ninjas such as Naruto, Nagato, and Xianglin. If it goes back to the Warring States period, he doesn't know much about the specific celebrities. Anyway, Uchiha and I definitely can't pee in the same pot. No matter what purpose the other party has, it is absolutely right to destroy it. Knowing this, Seong-suk's actions suddenly became sharp. Forcibly holding the stabbed kunao, the girl's continuous offensive was immediately blocked. Your strength is too weak. The dagger flipped, and the girl who lacked strength could only be drawn by him. Seeing that the vital point of the vest was exposed in front of her eyes, a shuriken quietly approached the top of her head. Let go of little master. The red-haired man made a move. It wasn't obvious just now, but at this moment the other party did it himself, immediately revealing his strength no less than that of the captain. As soon as Zhongji's face changed, he raised his foot and retreated frantically to the rear. Miscalculation, I didn't expect that there were jonin in the enemy's team. If he didn't try his best, he didn't have an equal chance to fight with others at this moment. You still want to leave now? The identity was completely exposed, and the man no longer planned to let the boy in front of him go. Pulling out the long knife behind his back, he came to the opponent's body and chopped it down. The faint chakra lingered around the blade, and the big tree that needed 3 people to hug was split in 2 under the blade in an instant. The attack failed unexpectedly, the red-haired man's eyes were a little suspicious, and his tone slightly sighed. Very good, among the teenagers I have seen, you can be ranked among the top 3. Hearing this, the girl turned her head and stared fiercely at her companion, full of dissatisfaction in her heart. She knew in her heart that the top 3 in the mouth of her companions definitely did not include herself. With a strong nature, she has always demanded herself in a manly way, and the most unacceptable thing is being compared by her peers. Just when she was about to continue to rush forward, another ninja who looked a little older quickly held her down and whispered, "Your Highness, don't forget what you promised." I know. The girl tore off her cloak annoyedly, revealing the tall red ball head inside. Hanging on the hair bun were 2 decorations that resembled spiritual talismans, which were shining slightly at the moment, as if showing the unrest in the girl's heart. On the other side, Zhongji's heart gradually became angry, and he seized the opportunity to recoil forward. The Chidori sharp spear successfully cut through the enemy's arm, and at the same time he was inevitably kicked in the side. Who is this brat? The red-haired man was startled, he had never met such a troublesome young man. The injured right arm was stimulated by Lei Dun, and now it is inconvenient to move, he can only temporarily use one arm to fight the enemy. Of course, the little devil's condition is not very good. I had enough strength in that kick just now, and I am afraid that if the little master had changed, he would have completely lost his fighting power. Rubbing the severe pain in his abdomen, Seong-suk wondered if his intestines had been broken by someone kicking him. Oops, a blow to the stomach that might affect my speed. His eyes swept over the faces of the 3 of them, and he gradually had an idea in his mind. Soon, the 2 fought for more than 10 minutes. Seeing the enemy's excessive cunning, the remaining one finally couldn't stay. After all, this is Uchiha's territory, and the commotion is too great, and they may not be able to retreat unscathed. Later, Your Highness, I will catch that young man. The strength of the middle-aged man was even stronger, and he completely suppressed the young man with a single strike. Seeing this, the ball-headed girl clapped her hands excitedly, and had already imagined a way to burn her opponent in her mind. Well, when you catch him, starve for 2 days first, and let him know what will happen if you go against me. However, before the smile on her face fell, a figure suddenly broke through the ground, and kunai was instantly placed on her neck. Stop it all! Realizing that he was not his opponent, Zhongji took advantage of the gap between the fights to secretly reserve a shadow clone. As long as the remaining person dares to make a move, the shadow clone can kidnap the girl. Just like the current scene. Stop! Don't hurt your highness! Seeing the two people in front of him throwing their hands at the mouse, Zhongsuk hesitated a little, but gave up the idea of taking the opportunity to blackmail him. No matter how stupid the opponent is, he will not stand there and let him kill. It is still a temporary retreat now, of course, Her Royal Highness must go with me. If you dare to take a step, I will cut off one of her ears first, then the fingers in the second step, and the tongue in the third step. Ignoring the man's murderous gaze, Zhongsuk staggered towards the shadow clone. During this period, the two captain-level powerhouses did not dare to make any rash moves. Even with all kinds of means, they can't succeed before Kunao falls. Both of them couldn't figure out why the youth's avatar was so powerful. Even now, they couldn't tell which one was the main body. Annoyance and remorse filled his heart. Several times, the younger man wanted to take a risk. Don't be impulsive. The other person tried his best to dissuade him. I don't think the young man has any serious intentions to kill. He should just want to get away from you and me. The worst result is that the mission fails. I see. Walking to the girl's side, ignoring her fire-breathing eyes, Zhongsuk raised his arm, and knocked her out neatly. Let the shadow clone carry her on his shoulders. Zhongsuk turned around and waved his hands politely. Seniors, I will take my leave first. 2 minutes after the boy left, the two people who seemed to be imprisoned in place started to move. The young man has a strong perception ability and can easily lock on to a target several kilometers away. Do you think you can leave safely after kidnapping Her Royal Highness? How naive! As long as the boy relaxes a bit, they can take the princess back from each other. Let's wait and see. After an unknown amount of time, Uzumaki Mito slowly woke up from his deep sleep. There was no way, the bumps under her body were too strong, and the familiar touch made her face burn, and she couldn't help stretching out her hand quietly to hold it tightly. How many times when no one is around, she will do it secretly by herself, and she can tell the thickness by touching it. He was lying on the back of a pack horse. Wake up, my princess! When the familiar voice came, Mito's face instantly collapsed. She hated the powerlessness of being in control of everything. As the princess of the country of Vortex, she has been strict with herself since she was a child, and she must be among the best among her peers in terms of strength and knowledge, and few people can match her. However, she was very unlucky today. With the rare exception, under the guard of the two teachers, she still let the nasty guy in front of her be captured alive. For Mito, who is naturally strong, it is a great shame and humiliation to miss and be captured. Pulling the rein and tugging hard, seeing that the other party was not moved at all, Mito could only say coldly, "Help me up." No. Why? I think your lying posture is very beautiful. In fact, it is more convenient for him to do it when the other party is lying down. As long as there is a slight movement, just raise your palm and you can kill her with Yukan. Having figured this out, Mito was smart enough not to struggle any longer, but reluctantly turned his head and asked, "Okay, then tell me, when are you going to let me go?" "Don't let go." After drinking the clear water in his pocket, Zhongsuk said calmly, "You are the princess of the country of Vortex, a real big shot, how could you let go so easily after finally getting it?" Sure enough, he saw through my identity. Uzumaki Mito sighed inwardly, his red ball head pulled down, and he probably guessed the boy's thoughts in his heart. Use yourself as a hostage to extort a sum of money. But when the other party spoke, she realized that she had underestimated the youth's shamelessness too much. "I will bring you back to the family, marry you, and give birth to a baby and make him the heir to the Uzumaki kingdom. At that time, the whole country will be in my pocket, and I will still be a shitty ninja." An astonishing remark completely dumbfounded the inexperienced Princess Wanzatu. Jiji getting married. Mito's face turned red, but it wasn't because of shyness, but because he could no longer bear the anger in his heart. Bastard, don't even think about it. Uzumaki Mito, even if I marry a pig in this life, I will never marry you. Of course, this was an angry remark, but I didn't expect the young man to think seriously. It's not impossible. When I return to the family, I will find a way to find you a handsome ninja pig, the one that can talk. I will sign a contract with it in advance, and then you can control the country of the vortex. You bastard, I will not let you go when I get out of trouble. When she was in a coma before, Zongja had seen a traveling caravan that provided various daily necessities for travelers from all over the world. He bought a horse with money, and a straight chain lock made of fine steel, the kind where the handcuffs are joined by a piece of hard metal. The function is to prevent the hands from touching together, and not to give the prisoner a chance to seal resistance. With the girl's current strength, there is no way to break free from the chain, otherwise Mito's temper might have jumped up and bit him. In fact, Zongji was also hesitating at this moment, whether he should let her go directly. It was purely an accident that they ran into the Whirlpool trio. There was no enmity between the two parties. In fact, he couldn't beat them, otherwise the two men would have been turned into points. Glancing backwards, Zongsuk pondered for a moment, then made a decision in his heart. When they rushed to the small town ahead, they let her go when there were too many people. After all, she is also the princess of the Uzumaki clan, so it would be too uneconomical to provoke the hatred of a country for the sake of 110 points. His father, Uzumaki Ashina, was the top patriarch-level powerhouse in the Warring States period. His combat power was extremely terrifying, and he created many sealing techniques that were widely spread. Even if you really want to kill the leeks, you have to wait until the leeks have fully grown. There is no reason to cut the leeks before they are ripe. Be honest, I promise to give you humane treatment. Hearing this, Mito was completely silent, probably because he realized that he was no match for others in terms of speech. To continue talking is nothing more than being humiliated for nothing. At this moment, a large caravan is secretly gathering. Hurry up and move all the goods onto the car. In front of the convoy, the man with the scar is doing the final acceptance work, and the goods in his mouth are alive and kicking humans. This is a group of slave traders engaged in human trafficking. Haha, the harvest this time is not bad. Soon, the man with the scar laughed out loud, indicating that the quality of the goods this time is not bad. Taking out the money bag at his waist, he distributed the rewards he had prepared in advance, and those sellers who had hidden their faces took the money and left the scene one after another. Are there any unsold goods? The man with the scar yelled. At this moment, he heard the sound of horseshoes in the distance. The cruelty of the Warring States period is not only reflected in the world of ninjas. The life of ordinary people is even more difficult. Without a sound legal and social system, being weak is an unforgivable sin. In order to survive, people will find ways to sell everything around them, including children and wives. Back in the village, you can make up a lie at will, such as when your child and wife were killed by bandits while you were out. Those masked sellers just now are basically such people. Covering their faces is not for the sake of face, and because they are afraid that their reputation will spread, they can't continue to get married and have children, and they can't continue to repeat this process. So much so that when the man with the scar saw Zongsuk riding a pack horse, he mistakenly thought that he was going to sell his younger sister or child bride-in-law at a low price. Hurry up, the brat is just dawdling. The man fully expressed his dissatisfaction. He didn't even notice that the two people on horseback were staring at him with murderous eyes. When he was just in elementary school in his previous life, there lived next door to Zongja's house a cute-looking girl of the same age. The relationship between the two is very good, and they play together after school every day, until he was late one time and watched his friend being tricked into the van by an old aunt. Xiao Zhongsuk yelled loudly and chased the car hard, but it was a pity that he couldn't stop those inhumane traffickers. This incident hit him hard, and Xiao Zhongsuk couldn't get out of it for a long time. Later, the family next door moved away, and it was said that they were going to look for the lost child. He never forgot about this matter. Even when he grew up, he would ask his parents about the family from time to time. He always had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Even if his former little friend was kidnapped, he might be found again, and the two might still meet each other. Until one day when the college entrance examination ended, his mother told him hesitantly that the girl had actually been found 5 years ago. At a waste recycling station, the girl whose legs were sawed off and whose eyes were poked blind was randomly discarded there like a broken doll. It's hard to imagine what kind of abuse that girl with a beautiful smile like a flower has endured all these years. Knowing this, Zhongsuk locked himself in the room for a whole day, and then resolutely changed his college entrance examination choice. He wants to study law, so that every human trafficker will be severely punished. Although his behavior is a bit ridiculous, he has not spared any captured criminals for many years. Unexpectedly, when they came to the world of Naruto, they still had to face this group of bastards. Feeling the boys trembling, Mito raised his head in astonishment, as if he was extremely surprised by his indignation. It turns out that you are also a sympathetic person. Seeing that the boy didn't answer, the scarred man's patience gradually ran out. Hey, are you deaf? Did I hear or didn't hear what I said to you? Then. Ha! Is that how you treat her? Before the enemy could react, Zhongsuk came to the man with the scar in an instant, stretched out his index finger and middle finger, and forcibly snapped off the man's 2 eyeballs. Ah! Ignoring the other party's screams, Zhongsuk slashed across with the knife in a low body, and the man's legs broke from his knees in the next second, and the incisions were extremely neat. A knife pierced the man's abdomen and nailed him to the ground. Zhongji stepped on the handle of the knife, staring at the other people present with his scarlet eyes, and 2 pitch-black hook jades were spinning rapidly. It turns out that you will feel pain too. Not long after, the 2 guards of the Uzumaki clan arrived at the scene of the incident. On the head of a woman, they saw the token of Her Majesty the Princess and a letter written by Mito. The content inside is very simple, and the 2 are ordered to bring these poor people back to the country of Vortex, and they will be citizens of the country of Vortex from now on. Except for a few unlucky ones, most of them were actually sold to human traffickers by their families. Let them go back, but they will be sold again. Instead of continuing to increase their pain, it is better to send them directly to the country of the Vortex, which is what Mito thought of. The letter also said that she would go with the boy to destroy the enemy's lair, and the other party would naturally let her go when this matter was over. Looking at the letter in their hands, the 2 powerful ninjas looked at each other, completely unaware of what happened before. After a little thought, the strongest middle-aged man decided to follow alone, while his companions led the group of poor people to the pier. Her Royal Highness's order cannot be disobeyed. Although they were still worried, the 2 of them faithfully chose to carry it out. On the other side, Zhongsuk was galloping through the woods, and the bald head next to him was gnashing his teeth and trying to keep up. At this moment, Her Royal Highness's handcuffs are long gone. In other words, she has actually regained her freedom. However, Uzumaki Mito refused to leave, saying that those people were already her subjects, and as a princess, she had to vent her anger on their behalf. Oh, you don't have to be like this. I'd be very grateful if you could help me take care of those people. Zhongji persuaded with a wry smile. Why is this little girl's film a plaster, so it can't be shaken off if it sticks? Let you go but don't go, wait for my patience to run out, and I will catch you and give birth to a group of little Uchihas in the Hui tribe. Humph! Hearing this, the bald-headed princess turned her head arrogantly, and responded lightly, don't get me wrong, I didn't do these things for you. Well, remember to run if you encounter danger. Oh, you'd better take care of yourself. After speaking, silence fell between the two of them again. Looking at the young man in front of him, Uzumaki Mito was very curious, why the other party had such a big psychological fluctuation. What happened to him? Unknowingly, she developed a strong interest in this powerful and talented young man. After being silent for a while, Uzumaki Mito suddenly came to a place parallel to him, smiled and stretched out his hand to the boy. Let's get to know Uzumaki Mito formally. Uchiha Saoshuk. Both palms clenched for the first time. Since then, the previous estrangement has completely disappeared, and on the way to the destination, the sound of the conversation between the two has been left everywhere. Of course, Mito was the one talking most of the time, and Zongsuk listened silently, occasionally speaking, and always said things that would impress the girl. "You guy, you don't understand a lot at a young age." The bald-headed princess wanted to continue to say something, but the boy next to her suddenly made a gesture to her. Mito was startled, and quickly closed his mouth and looked in the direction of the finger. Not far ahead, the entrance of a cave was clearly visible, and there were a few guards standing lazily at the door. According to Scarface, the place of the transaction is in this cave. "Finally found you." Zongji's eyes were full of terrifying murderous intent. According to the clues provided by the man with the scar, the two finally found the upstream behind-the-scenes manipulator. The next question is much simpler. "I'll go with you." Mito spoke first. "She has come here, she is not willing to stay outside alone, otherwise why insist on following?" Knowing that Zongsuk couldn't persuade her, he threw out a very straightforward sentence, "Just don't hold me back." As soon as the words fell, the two shurikens whizzed away from their wrists, and the guard in charge fell to the ground and died without saying a word. System prompt: successfully kill the enemy and get 15 points. 15 o'clock. Zongsuk sighed speechlessly. He didn't expect that the enemy didn't even have the level of ninja. Maybe he doesn't even know how to use ninjutsu. It's true, as long as you have some ability, you won't be able to let others see the door here. There are probably some masters who watch the situation, but the number should not be too many, and he is confident to deal with it alone. Pulling out the short knife behind his back, Zongsuk walked into the cave with a murderous look on his face. He will not let anyone go today. The inside of the cave is narrow at first and then wide, passing through a long corridor, and soon entering a wide and dark cave. Iron locks were hung on both sides of the wall, and huge iron cages hung from above. From the occasional sobbing, it was not difficult to guess what was being imprisoned inside. "Zongsuk, I know, you should find a way to save people first." After giving his companion a wink, Zongsuk walked into the cave alone and stepped onto the only bridge leading to the high platform. 1 step. 2 steps, 3 steps. The boy's eyes froze suddenly, and the short knife was inserted into the gap of the wooden board below. In an instant, a scream echoed in the empty cave. System prompt: successfully kill the enemy and get 12 points. Another piece of trash that's not even as good as Genin. Kicking off the wooden boards of the stairs with one kick, the enemies hidden below were immediately exposed to his vision. In the next second, more than a dozen men in black with knives rolled over from the bottom of the bridge, and slashed at the intruder in front of them without saying a word. Unavoidably, the car overturned in the gutter. Zongsuk directly opened the Erguya Sharingan, and the flow speed of the whole world seemed to slow down a lot in an instant. Sharingan has evolved, and its dynamic vision has almost doubled, and the movements of those men in black are as outrageous as slowing down twice. Dodging the oncoming knife, Zongsuk cut across with the short knife, and hot blood gushed out immediately. Taking advantage of the gap, he lifted his foot and kicked the enemy's wrist, and the long knife whizzed through the air, piercing the chest of some unlucky guy behind him. Holding the second chopped weapon with his backhand, Zongsuk activated the Chidori sharp gun, and the thunder light pierced the chests of the 4 people in an instant. For a long time, he had fought against powerful enemies who were stronger and older than himself, and suddenly became a group of weak chickens. At this moment, he actually felt a sense of unreality. It's ridiculous. With a light movement of the palm, the people in front of him were cut in half by Chidori's sharp spear. Intestinal blood dripped all over the bridge deck, and the rest of the men in black were scared to pee their pants. "Excuse me, please forgive me." Finally someone couldn't help begging for mercy. Not long after, the bridge was full of thugs begging for mercy, and everyone really didn't want to fight with the cruel boy in front of them. They had never seen such a tragic death even in their dreams. It's a pity that Zongji has made up his mind to kill since he decided to intervene in this matter. Fear and begging for mercy can't change his decision. Under the desperate eyes of everyone, he raised his hand and threw out a large shuriken, and began to massacre the thugs on the scene indiscriminately. When the screams in the cave stopped abruptly, Zongji wiped the short knife with the corpse with a cold expression. In this battle, a total of 15 enemies were beheaded, and 225 points were captured. Points, 2545. In this way, the goal of 6,000 points doesn't seem that far away. In the aisles on both sides, Mito rescued the trapped women. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, most of them showed a happy smile. Looking at all this in silence, Zongji knew in his heart that these poor women were often bullied, just like the innocent and bright smiling face back then. "Don't worry, everyone, I will rescue you out." Although the young man was full of murderous looks, the way he held a sharp knife gave everyone a strong sense of security. Amidst the thanks of all the women, the boy walked up to a blonde beauty, and slowly stretched out his hand as if wanting to help her. Snapped. Just as she was about to pretend to thank her, the blonde girl didn't expect the other party to raise her hand and slap herself. Before she came back to her senses, the young man made another big fight with his backhand. "Idiot!" Snapped. "I don't even know how to make a little scar on my body." Snapped. "It's clean to come to this kind of place, you're here to travel." Snapped. The strength has almost reached the head of the Chunin class, but he was stunned by Zongsuk's mouth after another. She couldn't understand why the other party was so determined. It wasn't until she saw the scarlet flickering in the darkness that she suddenly understood the reason why she would be exposed. Sharingan's insight is astonishing. With her clumsy camouflage skills, she will never be able to get away with it in 100 years. The Chidori sharp spear pierced the woman's arm, and the strong numbness made her body twitch continuously, and crystal liquid seemed to flow out of the corner of her mouth. "It's so astringent." Mito rolled her eyes and ran away. She didn't want to participate in Zongsuk's humiliating torture play. After about 4 minutes, the boy left the cave contentedly, and before leaving, he did not forget to use a few detonating charms to completely destroy the place. System prompt: successfully kill Fumo Jingkong and get 130 points. Points, 2675. Just like the information obtained in advance, this is the population gathering place of the Fengmo clan, and guests will come to pick up the goods every once in a while. The guard who tried to infiltrate the female prisoner basically confessed all the information he knew. Speaking of which, she was also very unlucky. She obviously had the strength to resist, but she was stunned by a series of mouths. By the time he reacted, he had already lost his chance to escape. Fengmo clan. Zongji's eyes were gloomy, and the killing intent in his eyes seemed to be real, which made the princess of the country of Vortex feel frightened. At this moment, she suddenly sensed something. It was the chakra wave that the guard uncle was rushing over. "Songsuk, you." She was about to persuade the boy to leave, but when she turned her head, there was nowhere around Uchiha Saoshuk. Bastard! Mito cursed secretly. The two of them fought side by side. No matter how close they were, they didn't know how to say hello. "When we meet next time, I must beat him up." Thinking of something interesting, Wanzato couldn't help pinching his waist with both hands, and grinned sillily. This scene frightened the middle-aged guards who rushed over. They suspected that the princess's head nerves had been damaged, and they had to use medical ninjutsu to check everything. On the other side, Zongsuk finally came to the legendary Western Theater camp. To be honest, Zongsuk didn't pay much attention to Mito's existence. The two of them only met for a short time, they were not even considered friends, and the relationship between Uchiha and Uzumaki was even worse. If there is no accident in the future, the two sides will inevitably meet on the battlefield, and Zongji will not show mercy at that time. As for Go Arai's Feng Mo clan, he had already pronounced the death penalty for the other party in his heart. But he is still rushing to compete with Uchiha, so he doesn't mind using the power of the family to punish the enemy. Soon, the boy came to the barracks in the Western Theater and saw the Western Legion stationed here. Taking out the letter from the Patriarch, he easily passed the interrogation of the guarding ninja. Don't you need to check carefully? Zongsuk didn't quite understand. They are not afraid of someone sneaking in and waiting for an opportunity to assassinate the commander or something. But after thinking about it, he felt that there was something wrong with his own thinking. This is the world of Naruto, where the strength of the strong is far beyond the imagination of normal people. Assassination? It would be nice if the Legion commander didn't rush into the enemy camp and start a massacre. How can it be the turn of other people to come to the camp to assassinate? A slight hint of killing intent will be captured by the vigilant guards immediately. The existence of the perception department is to prevent similar situations from happening. The guard at the entrance is actually more symbolic than practical. Inside the barracks, the atmosphere was much more relaxed than Zongsuk had imagined. The reason is very simple. During the Warring States period, it was a family-style combat unit. Everyone didn't know anyone. The captain is your mother, and the Legion leader may be your second uncle and grandfather. Strict discipline sometimes cannot change the family concept of many clansmen, just like it is difficult for an old man to be a subordinate to his son. There are pros and cons to this kind of relationship, but Zongsuk thinks it feels good. There are many types of family members, and he prefers that when he is in danger, his family members can participate and fight side by side with him. Here we are, wait here for a while. The people who led the way were very warm and friendly, probably guessing Zongsuk's identity from his age. As many people have said, the entire Uchiha owes him a favor, and the act of saving the school brought unimaginable support from the clan to the boy. If I want to take action in the future, this gratitude buried in my heart may be helpful. Not long after, the curtain of the tent reopened, and Zongsuk immediately heard hearty laughter from inside. It's Zongsuk, come in quickly. After giving him a reassuring look, the clansman who led the way left the commander's camp alone. Slightly calming down, Zongsuk walked in alone, and the faint fragrance wafting in the air made his tense face slow down a little. Behind the desk in the camp, sat a strong man with a white beard. The silver-white hanging armor is dazzling, and his resolute eyes are fixed on him, as if he is examining an interesting thing. The white-bearded man is the head of the Western Legion, and it is said that he is a super-strong Nobaya Uchiha with patriarchal strength. He is also the fifth elder of the Uchiha clan, and an outstanding ninja of the same generation as Tajima. I've met the Legion commander. Zongji was very polite and would not be pampered just because of a little achievement. So what about a hero? He is invincible in the face of power, and it is not an exaggeration to describe him as worthless. Naruto during the Fourth World War had outstanding achievements in saving the entire ninja world, so what? Kakashi bluntly said that you can't be Hokage based on merit alone. As a talented legal student in his previous life, he has seen too much darkness, and he knows that he should correct his posture now. Madara and Kwana can go to be gilded, he can't really treat himself as an uncle, otherwise people will let him know what it means to wear small shoes in minutes. Seeing his humble attitude, the head of the Legion was slightly stunned. It is said that Sasuke Uchiha has an arrogant temper, beat up his cousin and uncle, and didn't even bother to deal with the face-saving work of welcoming the heroes. I thought it would be difficult to get along with, but I didn't expect the boy to be completely different from what I imagined. Maid, rumors kill people. He waved casually, and the Legion commander smiled and said, "Come on, Let's sit down and talk. Next, Nobuo Uchiha also personally explained the situation in the Western theater for him, focusing on the current situation of the Fuma clan. At the end, he raised his mouth seemingly unintentionally. For some reason, those guys' attacks have become more violent recently. As soon as this remark came out, Zongji basically concluded that the head of the legion should have some information, otherwise the good-natured man would not mention himself specifically. Just as he was about to confess, he saw Uchiha Shin waved his hand and said with a smile, "The specific reason is actually not important at all, anyway, sooner or later we have to deal with the enemy, the key is how to reduce the casualty rate of the tribe." Hey, what does Lao Deng mean? Zongji felt that the other party had been pointing at him both inside and outside the words. But reducing the casualty rate has nothing to do with him, and he can't teach his tribe any life-saving skills. Wait, what did the Legion commander mean? Cough, cough, cough. Seeing that the foreshadowing was almost done, Uchiha Shinobu also stroked his white beard, as if seducing Little Red Riding Hood's grandma wolf. "Zongsuk, I heard that you created a very special entity clone technique." "I didn't, I don't know, don't talk nonsense." The boy came up with 3 consecutive denials. Seeing this, the Legion commander smiled slightly, leaned on the soft chair, and said to himself as if to himself, "You said that the Fuma clan is also strange, and I must hand over some murderer. My Uchiha clan has always been kind to others, how could it be possible? There will be the kind of criminals. If you really want to, I, Uchiha Shin, will never tolerate it. I can't let his fault alone affect the entire Western Legion." Zongji was speechless, unable to believe that the majestic army commander would be so shameless. "That what? I seem to remember, I did create a special clone technique." Hearing this, Shin Uchiha also stood up with a smile, and poured him a cup of tea himself. "Come on, try our tea here. By the way, is there anything special about the avatar technique you mentioned?" The boy didn't answer immediately, but picked up the teacup and carefully closed his eyes to savor it. After a long time, he asked curiously, "There is no war on weekdays, do we need a long-term base?" "That's natural, after all, the enemy won't tell you when they're going to start doing things." "I see." Zongji sighed softly in his heart, knowing that he would not be able to collect points anytime and anywhere even if he came to the front line. Unless, the shameless old Deng in front of him can give him the green light, so that he can go wherever he wants, and use whatever he wants. "Zongsuk, do you want to freely form a team? My shadow avatar is easy to learn but difficult to master. It needs someone to guide it for a long time." The old and the young looked at each other, all showing tacit smiles. At night, Zongsuk lay in a separate tent. As the newly promoted squad leader, this is the treatment he deserves. Starting tomorrow, he will set aside 2 days a week to teach the shadow clone technique he created. Once the people of other races have learned the shadow clone, the survival rate will be greatly improved, which can be regarded as fulfilling the original wish of the Legion leader. In this matter, Zongsuk can probably obtain 3 types of benefits. First, fame. Learn his ninjutsu, even if you don't need to be called by the name of the teacher, the clansmen will always be grateful in their hearts. Invisibly, he will accumulate unimaginable fame for him. Second, status. The position of captain is not that simple, which means that Zongsuk can form his own team and have subordinates who are loyal to him. No matter how big or small, he is now in the military, and he is completely different from the half-ass civilians in the past. Third, freedom. This is a special promise from the head of the Legion. Except for Uchiha Shinaya, no one in the Western Theater can command Zongsuk's team. It means that he can move freely and do whatever he wants every day. This is what Zongja values most. Without autonomy, how can he accumulate points quickly? The faster the points are obtained, the faster the improvement of strength will naturally be, and the stronger the strength, the enemies that can be dealt with will also be different. Such a virtuous circle is the correct way to use the system. After I redeem the curse seal, I can fight with Jonin level masters. 3 Guyu and curse seal 2, there is no problem in beheading ordinary Jonin. At that time, a few thousand points will be credited casually. Fantasizing about future scenes in his mind, Zhongsuk lay on the bed and fell asleep in a daze. Before going to sleep, one last weird thought flashed through his mind. The bed is so hard. Thank you for your guidance. In the camp, a group of powerful ninjas sat in rows, and the terrifying aura erupted from time to time, which made Zhongsuk, who was acting as the teacher opposite, always feel very uncomfortable. Even so, he didn't show any timidity on his face, and he was still patiently teaching the mystery of the shadow clone technique. Remember, there are advantages and disadvantages to the physical avatar. The moment it is lifted, the pain felt by the main body is likely to make you lose control. He didn't make alarmist remarks. In a fight between masters, even a second of body stiffness is enough for the enemy to kill you thousands of times. The shadow clone is a double-edged sword, and the user must have a certain awareness before it can be used. The head of the legion acted vigorously and got him the first batch of students the next day. In desperation, Zhongji had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to work without a license. Fortunately, he has excellent on-the-spot adaptability, and finally he did not embarrass himself in full view. From the eyes of this group of captain-level powerhouses, it is not difficult to see that they agree with each other from the bottom of their hearts. Thank you very much. Suddenly, a white and tender arm stretched out. The boy raised his head, and what came into view was a female face resembling Uchiha Mikoto. She is about 17 or 18 years old, maybe 20 years old. Anyway, it is difficult for women at this stage to judge their age by their appearance. The figure was even worse. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Zhongsuk doubted that the 2 tumors on her chest would really affect the battle. Uchiha Ling, the captain-level powerhouse of the Western Legion, is very powerful, and his methods are extremely ruthless. Don't look at the smile on her face. If you really want to do it, there are less than 3 people present who can beat her. Little brother Zhongja. The woman hugged the boy to prevent him from escaping, and the woman said with a smile, "What's so amazing about you? Sister wants to see it with her own eyes. In exchange, my sister will also let you see my secret. I promise you have never seen it before." It took a lot of effort before Zhongja broke free from her embrace. Seeing the woman deliberately biting her fingers, the boy twitched the corners of his mouth, pretending not to understand her provocative words. "Mate, bully me when I was young. If you have the guts to wait for me for a few more years, I must find a chance to make sure of you." In fact, he knew in his heart that not only the woman who deliberately seduced him, but also other people wanted to learn more. You know, his most famous is not the Shadow Clone, but the Chidori series of ninjutsu. That thing is the real killer. It's a pity that Zhongji will not teach it to others easily. Even if he wants to teach it, he must teach it to those loyal subordinates. It's just easy to say, but finding a reliable subordinate is definitely not that simple. After the first batch of students left one after another, Zhongsuk, who finished the first day of class, planned to go outside for a walk alone. As a result, as soon as he left the camp, he saw a group of people running towards the medical team in a hurry. "Get out of the way! Quick, doctor, prepare the tools to stop the bleeding immediately." There were 3 wounded lying on the stretcher, and it seemed that they were attacked by the enemy. Can make teammates so nervous. It shows that the situation is worse than it seems. Oh, this is the cruelty of the battlefield. Just as Zhongji was about to leave, his eyes were suddenly attracted by a person. It was a teenager lying on a stretcher. His clothes were soaked in blood, and he could even see the exposed white bones on his arms. Even so, the boy remained silent, in stark contrast to the 2 companions who kept howling. "Hugh, can you hold on?" "No problem." "Well, let's deal with the others first." Saying that, the companion actually started to help another injured person. Zongji took a closer look. Good guy, the other person has lost his legs, and the situation is indeed worse than that of the boy. It's just that the pain tolerance of the two parties is not at the same level at all, and he didn't see the other party frown from the beginning to the end. He didn't mean to interfere, and he didn't know medical ninjutsu, but he just felt that the boy's amazing willpower was rare. One of the two sides bowed their heads in silence, while the other stood quietly watching from a distance. After some time, there was a howl in the medical tent, and the ninja with the broken leg could not be rescued after all. After a while, someone finally carried the boy in and began to treat the wound carefully. During this period, the boy never said a word, even though his body began to wobble in pain, his eyes were always as calm as water. Very good. Zongji turned and left. Before leaving, he inquired about the boy's name. Uchiha Shuyu, a ninja who is not outstanding in talent, has not opened Sharingan so far, and the clan judges that he does not have the ability to awaken blood. In other words, the aptitude is poor. Zongji didn't care too much. Aptitude almost doesn't matter, what he values is certain spiritual qualities. In fact, no matter how talented he is, he is still immortal. What's more, he may not have the ability to change his qualifications. For the next 3 days, Zongsuk continued to teach the technique of shadow clone. On the afternoon of the last day, the expected figure finally appeared in front of him. You came. Standing in front of him was the boy Uchiha Shuyu. Subconsciously stroking the bandage on his arm, the boy looked puzzled. Since receiving the order 3 days ago to let him learn ninjutsu here today, Zio has been thinking about possible problems. A low-level cannon fodder who even has to queue up to see a doctor, how did the good thing of learning ninjutsu for free fall on him? The young man stared at him coldly, his attitude did not change at all, even though he really felt that the shadow clone technique was very suitable for him. As for the risk of learning ninjutsu, he is not even afraid of death, so he cares about a little risk? What exactly do you want to do? This is a young man who is wary of the outside world. Zongsuk is very clear that sweet words are of no use to such a person. To achieve his goal, all he needs is an open and honest talk. Uchiha Shuyu, 12 years old. His parents died tragically at the hands of the enemy many years ago. Your greatest wish over the years is to avenge your parents. Looking at the expressionless Zio, Zongsuk continued, I met you a few days ago, and I really appreciate the resilience in your bones. Come and do things for me, maybe I can give you the power to take revenge. Finally knew what the other party was thinking, but Uchiha Shuyu was wondering if Zongsuk's brain was broken. Who is he? The most hard-working ninja in the clan, but it is still difficult to activate the power of the blood at the age of 12. If you can't open Sharingan, you will completely lose your competitiveness in the Uchiha clan. As for the toughness of bullshit, what is the use of that thing? Can it hold on for a while longer before dying after being captured by the enemy? But doubts are doubts, Uchiha Shuyu will not let go of any chance to become stronger. If you can help him avenge, it's okay to be a dog to the other party. He is not afraid of death, why would he care about these things? Okay. Uchiha Shuyu said decisively, as long as you help me avenge, my life will be yours from now on. Zongsuk was waiting for his words. As strong as Kagaya, Ichishiki, and Uchiha Madara all need to train subordinates, of course he also wants a few subordinates who can help him deal with problems. Uchiha Shuyu is the first subject of the experiment. Learn the shadow clone as soon as possible, and your road to becoming stronger will depend on it. Good. When the young man turned to leave, Zongsuk stretched his waist, thought for a while and decided to go and see what war missions he could accept. As the squad leader who formed his own squad, Zongja was free to receive any kind of tasks, without worrying about the thoughts of the team members, let alone discussing with anyone. Tasks give priority to the types with high confrontation, and obtaining points is my core appeal. Usually, if there is no war, the ninjas will handle war missions in batches, and sometimes they will accept entrustments from the public. This is the way of survival for most families, and there are very few people like Uchiha who have minds in their hands. When he came to the task management office and showed his identity token, Zongji picked up the long task list and looked at it. Kill Sarutobi Kota, task level S, reward 12 million. Infiltrate the Shimura clan, task level S, reward 8 million. Escort the baggage car, task level A, reward 2 million. Exterminate bandits, task level B, reward 700,000. Depending on the difficulty, tasks will be divided into several different levels. In fact, S-level missions are the most difficult, and they need to face powerful captain-level characters. In Zongsuk's words, S ranks need to fight desperately with elite Jonin-level powerhouses. At present, there are only 2 S grades left. He can just look at them casually, and he will definitely not try it lightly. Escorting the baggage truck, one can tell from the mission level that the road is definitely full of dangers, and large-scale battles will definitely break out, but it is not known how strong the enemy can be. Dare to rob Uchiha's convoy is enough to explain the problem. There is no way for a fool to survive in the Warring States period. In comparison, B-level missions are the ones that best meet Zongsuk's needs. Being able to mix up some qualifications and get some small money to spend, the most important thing is that he can use this to plunder a lot of points. Everyone has chakra in his body, which means that he can get points rewards every time he kills. Although he didn't want to do anything special, Zongsuk never had a reason to refuse to eat meat if it was brought to his mouth. To exterminate bandits, he can get in touch with a large number of enemies and kill them all, and the amount of points he can gain must be very considerable. After accepting the task of exterminating bandits, Zongji packed up and was ready to go. It's not too late. If the bandits escape, it will be very fast. As for that cruel boy, it won't be too late to give him guidance when he comes back. The technique of shadow clone can use chakra to create a physical clone. Each avatar has a consciousness independent of the caster's body, and the memory and experience of the avatar will return to the body after disarming. Based on this, Kakashi created the shadow clone training method for Naruto. Take advantage of the feature that experience will be doubled and accumulate quickly to quickly accumulate experience in certain aspects, so as to achieve the effect of quickly improving strength. Naruto can use the 9 tails in his body to counteract the fatigue and pain caused by the shadow clone. The boy Hugh certainly doesn't have that ability, but he may be able to forcefully endure with his will. As long as he can hold on, the trash who was once looked down upon by others will one day become a strong man who will impress countless people. This is the gift Zongsuk prepared for him. Thinking that he didn't know when he would return, Zongsuk took out a paper and a pen, and carefully described the precautions about the shadow clone cultivation method. If you can't wait, Zio can start practicing in advance. Anyway, there are many medical ninjas in the camp, so nothing major will happen. Sending someone to hand it over to that cruel young man, Zongsuk packed his bags and was ready to go. According to the information, in addition to the target that needs to be wiped out, there are many large cottages hidden in the Western Theater. Many of them are inextricably linked with various families, and they don't need to care about the official power at all. Zongji was thinking, can he think of a way to bring them all together? I'm a newcomer to the battlefield, so it's understandable that I don't understand your tricks. It's a big deal to write a few letters of apology afterwards. With excitement, Zongji rushed to the destination in high spirits. In the camp, Uchiha Shuya was gnashing his teeth and trying. He found that Zongsuk's reminder was indeed correct. The fatigue caused by the shadow clone cultivation method can definitely defeat the will of ordinary people in an instant. Even a well-trained ninja would probably leave a psychological shadow after trying it a few times. But he is different, relying on his tenacious will. Uchiha Shuo ignored the pain of the shadow clone and raised the number of cultivation to 4. The 2 shadow clones fought against each other without mercy, and the young man's understanding of fighting and sword skills began to grow rapidly. Soon, it reached a level that made him feel unbelievable. This is what it feels like to be stronger. A thrilling smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the next second Uchiha Shiryu lay on the ground and passed out. Time, only 3 days have passed. Blood stained the sky red. 3 days of dormancy, in exchange for an excellent opportunity. A chance for Saushik to kill everyone. When he broke into the camp of thieves alone, the thieves were still singing and dancing together, unaware that the god of death had come quietly. It wasn't until a big fireball landed without warning, and the flames engulfed and incinerated people, that the thieves gradually realized that something was wrong. Yes, there are ninjas. Hurry up and invite the second master. Only ninjas can fight against ninjas. The reason why the cottage can stand for so long is because the 3 masters are all gods and men who fly into the sky and escape from the ground. In the world of ordinary people, ninja is synonymous with flying to the sky and escaping from the ground. They can't tell who is strong and who is weak. Not to mention that he and others are actually just a cover to deceive others. The shuriken drew a beautiful arc in the air, and the 2 bandits who were trying to escape in the distance fell to the ground. 47 people. Zongsuk wiped the blood on the blade, his face flickered under the light of the bonfire, making it impossible to see his eyes clearly. Only the series of cold numbers in his mouth seemed to express the cruelty of the young man's heart. He discovered that the matter of killing people would really gradually become numb. Points, 3,427. After massacring the entire cottage, the cumulative number of points has already exceeded the 3,000 mark. This is much easier than simply chasing and hunting. This action once again proved a certain truth: no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. As long as enough people are killed, even a group of guys who are not even ninjas can still be compared to a powerful ninja. Besides, tonight's main event has not yet appeared. The 3 family members recorded in the information should all be masters of ninjutsu. Not coming out yet. Zongsuk sheathed the dagger, and took out a large shuriken from the ninja bag. A person with excellent chakra control is bound to be a master of hidden weapons, and his throwing skills are among the best in the entire Uchiha. Get out! With a dexterous flick of the wrist, several shurikens whizzed away, forcing the figure hiding behind the pillar out. Knocking away the incoming shuriken with the blade, this burly man stared down with gloomy eyes. If it's just to complete the task, there are so many heads below that are enough for you to submit the task. How about everyone not interfering with each other? After finishing speaking, seeing the young man remained unmoved, the head of the cottage could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it, if you insist on seeking death, then I will fulfill you today. As soon as the words fell, the ground under Zongja's feet suddenly cracked, and a ferocious earth dragon directly flew him out. Seeing the earth dragon devouring the boy whole, the corner of the head's mouth slowly revealed a sneer. I really don't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. It's a good way to be the master. A hoarse voice suddenly sounded from behind. Turning his head, he saw a mysterious man wrapped in a black robe walking slowly. Oh! The head of the family sneered a few times, and turned to look at the thatched cottage on the other side. As long as our 3 brothers are here, we can build another cottage at any time, just don't worry, sir. That's good. The man in black smirked a few times, and his hoarse voice made the head feel extremely uncomfortable, as if someone was rubbing his chrysanthemum with sandpaper. Sooner or later, I will kill him one day. Taking a deep breath, the master knows that this is just a joke. The family behind the black-robed man is a behemoth that even he can't afford to offend, not to mention that the man's own strength is extremely astonishing. If it weren't for various chances and coincidences, where would it be the turn of the 3 brothers to serve him? Thinking of this, the leader patiently added, by the way, we will ship that batch of goods to the land of water as soon as possible. He wanted to communicate about the delivery time, but he didn't expect the man in black robe to keep staring down. The boy's body was not seen in the soil. The black-robed man's face darkened, his whole body tensed up, and he asked calmly, "Boss, where are your 2 brothers?" Gradually, he realized that something was wrong with the head of the house, and he yelled a few times, but unfortunately there was no response from the surroundings except for the explosion of the flames. Problem occurs. The head of the bandits who had killed countless people suddenly felt a fear rising from the bottom of his heart. It was as if a wild beast was lurking in the dense night, watching him quietly from a certain place, and if he relaxed a little, he would immediately pounce on him and tear his flesh with sharp teeth. Don't waver! At this moment, the voice of the black-robed man suddenly sounded, and then he turned sharply, and the three kunao shot towards a certain corner in the shadow. Get out of here! When the figure of the young man approached by the moonlight, the head of the family suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he came out, the danger hidden in the dark was the most terrifying. Lifting the big knife in his hand, the strong man asked sharply, "What have you done to my two brothers?" Points, 3573. Looking at the points that were about to break through the 4000 mark, Zhongsuk's expression was full of joy. What a stupid question! Indeed. The black-robed man silently added in his heart. Stopping the man who wanted to make a move, the black robe said in a hoarse voice, "Young man, you and I have never met before. Isn't it enough for you to submit the task with so many lives at the scene?" Not enough. Zhongji shook his head. He was still more than 2,000 points away from redeeming the curse seal. Any head is a precious harvest. Then the black-robed man who was trying to say something suddenly shot without warning, but the target of the attack was not the boy in front of him. Looking at the sharp blade piercing through his chest, the head of the family tried his best to open his mouth, but unfortunately the other party didn't have any intention of hearing his last words. With a forceful swipe of the blade, the splashing blood took away the last trace of color from the head's eyes. Isn't that enough to make a difference? The black-robed man held a sharp knife dripping with blood, and his demeanor became more and more gloomy. All signs indicated that this person should be a master, and there was no need to provoke him for an ordinary task. However, what Zhongji wanted now was a master. The strength is not strong, how to provide him with a lot of points? Yes. Zhongji nodded, turned, and left without hesitation. As a result, in the next second, the two threw kunao at each other almost at the same time. Mean! Shameless old thief! Ding! Kunao collided in the air, each ejected to the side. Before Kuwui landed, the black-robed man rushed to him like lightning, and slashed down in the air with his saber. The black Guyu in his pupils froze slightly, and Zhongsuk dodged the enemy's powerful slash. Hey! The black-robed man seemed a little surprised. He didn't expect the young man's skills to be better than expected. Unfortunately, the strength gap between the two sides will not change. Fire escape the art of flame. Thank you for choosing Fanfiction Uploads. We hope you enjoyed this journey into anime and fanfiction. The adventure continues, so stay tuned. Your feedback matters to us. Leave a comment with your favorite stories, suggestions, or your own fanfiction ideas. We love hearing from you. Hit subscribe and ring the notification bell to never miss an upload. Share our channel with friends and fellow anime lovers. Thank you for being part of our community. Until next time, keep dreaming, listening, and keeping the anime spirit alive. See you in the next episode.